TikTok all set up. Where's the... I went and got my brows waxed today, chat. Let's see. Live. Chatting. Dredge. Okay, cool. We'll just do this. TikTok will just get chatting and Dredge because we can't do the videos on there the same. Yay. Okay. Hello there, event lady. Hello. Oy, oy, oy. Okay. Hi. I'm cold. So yes, I did throw on my Speak Now cardigan. It's the... I apparently don't have any like loose cardigans like this anymore. Like this is the one. Which I don't know where my other ones went. Because I feel like I did have others. I have sweaters, but I didn't really want to throw a sweater all over my tank top. I just wanted to have a cardigan on. So apparently this is what I have. So this is what I'm wearing. So, but I understand that with the show airing, this looks like an endorsement. This is not an endorsement. I have not seen the show. Some of the things I've seen from the show, I'm like, what are we doing? I'm going to sneeze again. God, I've been sneezing so much today. God. Oh, hey, Amanda. Hello. I've been sneezing so much today. I also showered. This thing here, this like dry patch on my nose has been driving me insane. I need it to heal, actually. But yeah, I went and got my eyebrows waxed because they were crazy looking, and I have a bunch of events in January, so I was like, let me just clean them up, okay? And then I went to the grocery store for a little bit because I was originally going to push going grocery shopping till later because I am traveling so much starting next weekend that I am like, I'm barely going to be home. I don't want to go grocery shopping. So I just went, I was like, you know, let me go get coffee. I'm out of coffee. I'm going to go get some almond milk. That'll keep for a while. Bread, things like that, especially because I might be trapped here Christmas Day. Okay. So remember how I'm like, I'm not doing Christmas. I had intended not to do Christmas. However, I'm being forced to go to a family Christmas thing. The choice has been taken from me, which is super fun. But I love my family, so I'm going to do it, even though there is a high likelihood I will be upset. We'll see. No one listens to me during the stuff in the fires. I may have, but most places didn't want clothing anymore. You know, I donated jackets and coats. A lot of those got donated. But they didn't want sweaters anymore by that time. I just don't think I had any like big bulky cardigans anymore. I know I lost one in June. I lost a sweater while I was in France, and I still think about it. The gray sweater I had that had like the loose knit macrame on the shoulders. I loved it. I lost it. I'm devastated. I was hoping someone would have turned it in. They didn't. During the family stuff. The SantaCon is not like an actual SantaCon. It's not an actual convention. It's like a bar crawl where everyone's dressed as Santa. How the swell stole Christmas. Yeah. But the reality is that I may not even be able to go because I live the furthest from everyone. So I also have to make the drive to go and spend Christmas with everyone. Okay. Which like I'll do, but still. Okay. But I've warned everyone already. I'm like, hey guys, we're supposed to have an insane storm. LA, California, the entire state of California is getting torrential downpour over Christmas. So I've made it very clear, hey, my little Camry on the freeway, if there's flooding, I'm not, one, getting in an accident because other people don't know how to drive in the rain. And I'm, two, not going to risk decimating my car by driving through floodwater. I'm just not doing it. I refuse. So I've warned them. I'm like, the plan is to come, but if the rain is that bad, I'm not risking it. It's not like with love, happy holidays. I'm not going to risk it. Yeah, no. Okay, hang on. Let me show you guys. Let me read you guys aerial flood watch starts tonight for Los Angeles County. Let's see, 2 weather alerts. I'm getting double whammy. I've got air quality alert and, okay, so aerial flood watch for me starts the 23rd and it says it goes till Wednesday. So Tuesday the 23rd, rain is supposed to start about 4 p.m. 59 degrees. We've got rain all day, like 90% chance of rain all day on the 24th. And the 25th, it's looking like all day rain as well. Yes, 80%, 85%. So I've warned everyone, like my plan is to come. I've now committed. You guys have guilt tripped me enough. Fine, I'm going. Okay. But like, I'm not risking my safety for this on top of it, you know? So I, in fact, needed to get, so I had to go to get groceries just in case I'm stuck here and I can't leave for 2 days, you know? At least you don't have to go through the North California month-long mystery fog. It's radiation fog, which sounds scarier than it is because it's not actually radiation. I literally heard a meteorologist being like, I hate the name for it because, you know, with the conspiracy theorists these days, the phrase radiation fog, they think everyone's being poisoned. That's not what's happening. But yeah, no, it is suspicious because we got the fog too here in LA for a good 5 or 6 days off and on. It would burn off by like 3 or 4 p.m. But it would like come back up. It was very weird. I love you and your content. Thank you. As a fellow messy family haver, we will either have a great Xmas or someone will end up arrested. It's not even that. I hate this time of year. I don't like who I am during this time of year. I don't know what happened. So I have a Substack chat. I have a newsletter. It's called The Glasses Files if you would like to go check it out. Okay, this is not me plugging it. But something I have been doing on Substack apparently has now put me in discovery for people on Substack. So it's not like just people that follow me on other platforms being like, oh, I want to read Amanda's writing. Like, I want to see what she's talking about. I want to see this write-up, whatever. It's not just that. It's like randos finding my page now. And some of them are annoying as shit. And I'm not going to block them. I'm just going to let it go. But like some of them, I don't tolerate follow for follow stuff. I just don't. Substack loves a follow for follow. Substack loves a follow for follow. They like I posted about like a thing that I've talked about a lot where it's like, I don't want to read, listen to your music, look at your art that you've made with AI. I don't care. Go make things with your hands like a real human. And some AI tool making user idiot commented like, but why are you on my For You page? I don't know. Probably because I used the word AI and the algorithm isn't that intuitive. I don't know. It's probably why it was showed. They showed my stuff to you. What do you mean? Someone else, God, this dude wrote about, God, I'll, let me read you what the message was. Because I got this notification and it drew, I was like, you're joking. He commented, let me see. Check out one of my work. And it's something about my view on women as a man. I don't want to read that actually. It's cool that you wrote that, like write whatever you want. But why are you plugging it on my post actually? I don't want to read that. Let's subscribe to each other. If you think deeply and move deliberately, you may find this useful. I'm sure you would be more inspired when you will feel more inspired when you check out my work. So I checked out his page. And this is apparently someone that he apparently did this to. Apparently it worked really well because she not only plugged him, subscribed with enthusiasm. Okay. But this is an outtake. Girls grow into women. And women grow into mothers, often carrying the same softness no matter how tough life becomes or what life throws at them. Actually, leave me alone. Actually, get away from me. Girls grow into women. Women grow into mothers. Pardon? What? What? Sorry? So no, actually, you know what? I changed my mind. Also, his images are AI, so you know what? I am going to block him because I can. Blocked. Cool. First time I had to block someone on Substack. This is so fun. Yeah, that's it. So I don't know if it's because I'm using notes more, like I'm posting more, so more people are engaging with it, so it's showing me to more people. But yeah, that's another woman quoting that to be like, this is such an amazing piece. No, leave me alone. I could feel my muscles cramp. Thank you for sending the heart signal. Hat and mustache. Oh, did I miss the hat and mustache? Damn it. I love the hat and mustache. I think it's so funny. Make a YouTube video on the braces tech lady. I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of done. My plan is hopefully to be, I think I have enough videos that I can be done for the year and I can give me and William vacation. Let me see. What are we at? So I filmed 2 yesterday. So we've got 1, 2. Okay, wait, because we got the 30th. So 1, 2, and then I could push that one to the 6th. God, the first Tuesday of, okay, yeah, because I have a brand deal. God, I'm traveling. I'm looking at my calendar. I'm traveling so fucking much, chat. I'm traveling so much. God. I really am insane. Like, I am looking at it. I am an insane person. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe at some point we'll see. On my video talking about it on here, someone's like, yeah, no, like that is unfortunately just the reality of in Atlanta. Like there's braces techs have been a thing for a long time, even before the veneer techs. I'm like, that's crazy. Our Globes bet app, which god do I pray to in order for Amy Madigan to win? I don't know. TikTok keeps putting AI summaries under your live. I have no way of turning it off. I don't know what the deal is. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Braces tax. Yep. There's a woman on TikTok averaging $150 for a full set, top and bottom. As in, she glues the brackets to your teeth and then does the rubber band chain on your braces in your mouth with no orthodontics training, no dentistry training, nothing. She treats it like it's nails. Thank you for the I'm ready SpongeBob pop-up. You don't need veneers. I'm not trying to get veneers. How far along are you in Dredge? I have to pay. I got the pop-up letting me know that it's the final stretch of the game and I won't be able to save my process. So we're finishing Dredge today, hopefully. One of the videos she posted, I was so disgusted. The man has so much plaque buildup. And I'm not disgusted that he's plaque buildup. I'm disgusted that she allowed him to still get the braces. To put glue on top of the plaque buildup that was making his gums inflamed and bleed in some spots. She didn't see that was a problem and just put glue on his teeth still. And it's like, what materials are you using? What adhesive are you using? That could corrode your enamel. You could end up with holes in the front of your teeth, okay? And it could pop off in the middle of the night. And you could choke. You want to choke on your fake braces? Do you want to choke on your fake braces? I don't think you do. Yeah, you can't save near the end. That's what it warned me. You can't save past this point. She's probably getting her supplies off Temu. The fact that Temu is still in existence is driving me insane, but whatever. And she does lashes and hair. Dear God. Is that legal? No. No. Yeah, the king of veneers was a big guy who was doing, he called himself a veneer tech. He got arrested, I think got like something insane like federal charges, including a RICO charge, because of how much money he was ripping people off from and training people and all the hiding of money and things like that on top of it. Nail glue for teeth. Nothing surprises me anymore. Everyone's insane. Everyone's insane. But yeah. Let's see. Hi, Swell, how are you? Good. More charges than Diddy. Yikes. But, you know, and someone was like, oh, Amanda, like the braces techs and the veneer techs have been around way longer than you think. I'm like, I don't doubt they've been around way longer than you think. backyard medicine, backyard, mutual care and things like that has been like a thing for a long time. Like, it's like, oh yeah, so and so's dad is a dentist. He helps with cleanings, for the neighborhood and things like that. Like, that's a thing that's been around for a long time. The problem is that people are adding, not to say that any of these people are accredited in any capacity, but still, like, doing like DIY, like self-improvement things is something, and within communities is been around for generations. Okay. That's not a bad thing in its existence. Okay. The problem is something like veneers, where you are literally gluing things to the teeth and in some instances grinding down the enamel. You cannot undo that. And in some instances with veneers, they have no idea of knowing what's underneath the glue that you have added to your teeth, those caps. They may not even help you take that out. So you may have to go to like an ER where your gums are so inflamed. Some of community healthcare is the Black Panther Party. Mm-hmm. But like where we have this now is the entrepreneurship on top of it. And so now people that are like, it used to be like, oh yeah, so-and-so can help you with like your brows and things like that. So you're not like spending money, or, oh, you need like a good cleaning, whatever. You've got something on your back that you can't take to a doctor, like so-and-so can help, whatever. That's one thing. It becomes another thing when it becomes an entrepreneurship hustle, and then you are promoting it on social media and then selling courses on how to also do what you're doing. That's where we openly get into fraud and like actual charge territory, and that's where we also, like, this is concerning in a lot of ways, but the scale at which people are doing this and advertise doing it, like it's like this fun thing you can do. If you can do nails, you can do teeth. That's a line that I've heard multiple times lately. It's not healthy. They did it right though. Yep. Veneer braces tacked. I'm locked in. Yeah. As I said yesterday, I did this yesterday. I saw a woman on TikTok do this, and I think it's a good example. The mouth, the teeth, there's a reason there's separate doctors for it. As much as I think dental should be included in insurance. There's a reason that there's a lot of specialties around the mouth, because it's 5 from the brain and 5 from the heart, realistically. Okay. Like, once you get into this, like, if you mess with your mouth, it can affect your whole body. If you mess with your teeth and you get an infection, that can go to your brain. Like, you can fuck up your whole life because you wanted a tooth gem. You really can. You can have irreparable damage for the rest of your life. You could become permanently disabled. You could have perpetual illness because you wanted a trendy thing that you saw on TikTok. And that's something that I feel like is just like going down the wayside, and no one seems to be. Why are we putting things in our mouths from strangers? Like, what are we doing? Thank you for following that weird ad. It's so irresponsible, short-sighted, and just insane. Like, there was this one girl, this isn't even related. This video just stressed me out so much. And she was like, hey guys, I glued gems to my teeth. And she smiled, and she had literally, I think it was nail glue, she said, glued rhinestones to the top of her teeth. Like her whole top. And she was like, how do I take this off? I have school tomorrow. I think she was like 15 or something. I was like, sorry? It was Gorilla Super Glue. Even worse. Even worse. Even worse. Like, oh, thank you for the roses. God, 93 roses. Thank you. Became the new title, Gifter of Rose. Chatting and edging. I was like, what the fuck, Amanda? No, chatting and Dredge. Dredge is a game that I've been playing, and I'm so close to finishing it. It's also Science Sunday, okay, which TikTok and YouTube, which Twitch and YouTube can see. I couldn't add it in the space on the title live here. Which I don't know if we'll stay live on here for Science Sunday because it's over video and you guys won't be able to hear the videos. But Science Sunday is something that we started during October. When it was originally Swell Spooky September, and we turned it into Swell Spooky Science September. And basically it's, oh no, that was October. Sorry, not September. That was September, not October. My God. Where basically we watch science videos, and if you gift subs, like, you get to pick the video on the topic and things like that. So yeah, we're doing science videos. It's Science Sunday again, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, see, I must be on some new algorithm. I just got another pop-up. Hold on. Thank you for following Pouncy. Pouncy SK. Never seen AI make hot girl shit like this. And it's a reply to my note. Oh, my AI note. This is what happened. My AI note that I made on Substack. Sorry, we were trying to figure out. Thank you for the cowboy. Hello. We were trying to figure out why on Substack I was getting a lot of randos. And I've now determined what it is. It is the AI note that I made where I was like, no, I do not want to read, listen, engage with anything you have made with AI. Yes, I do think less of you as a creative if you use it. Have a good day. Go make art with your hands. What is this? Oh, she's just writing about her boob job. Okay, good for you. Cool. Random woman. Let's see. Let's see. I'm assuming this is okay, well, this post is doing well, so I'm recommending. Thank you, Evan, for following. Congrats, Tal, Lit It Up, Fest Pop, and Amanda Golka's gift gallery. Thank you. You have a last name, LMAO. Everyone, okay, do you guys think that my last name is Swell? The amount of people on TikTok that are like, wait, you have a last name that's not Swell? I'm like, yeah. Swell is, her boobs have jobs. Yep, they do. Gotta monetize everything these days. I saw an ad on how good it is to be human and not AI, and I'm convinced we're in a simulation. I'm really glad I'm a human. How is everyone behaving like kids? This behavior reminds me of my cousins who used nail polish on their teeth when they were 6. Ugh. As a man entertainment. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Amanda Swell Entertainment? Yeah. Oh my god. Hi. Wait, yes. So my last name is Golka. It's never been hard to find. If you do, I think on Instagram, it's always been Amanda Golka on there, I think. Twitter, I think it's Amanda Golka. It's very easy to find. Oh, thank you for this drink. The melon juice drink? That looked painful for that emote. That was crazy. You're Swell, my guy. It's why people think it's your last name. That's fair. No, Swell, we came up with Swell because I was a sarcastic teenager who said Swell a lot. I never Google you. That's fine. But yeah, no, my last name is Amanda Golka. OMGQ cardigan. Thank you. I was cold. I had my AC on for Hermes and I was chilly. Swell. Yeah. If you guys call me Amanda Swell or just Swell, I don't mind. It's not a big deal. I should refer to you as Amanda Swell, but I theoretically do know your last name isn't Swell. LOL. That's fine. I mean, it's right in your @ on Twitter and Insta. Yeah, no, my Instagram and Twitter is both Love You to Golka. Like my last name, my name isn't even in my @ It's like my last name on everything. Madam Swell. Yes. How's the puppy doing? He's good. He's sleeping here. He sleeps on the job. He's my producer. He's chilling. He's sleeping. Let's see. God, what was I going to tell you guys? There was something I was going to tell you guys. Thank you for the glasses. I look so cool. Miss Swell. Thank you, Kath, for following. Hermes Swell Jr. More so, he's a producer. Aerostory, you wanted Haunted to be the surprise song, and I was so sad when you didn't get it in Vegas. I wanted Haunted to be the surprise song, and when she re-released Speak Now, I was actually very disappointed in the re-recording of Haunted because you can tell there's no yearning. Like she was like healed when she re-recorded Speak Now, and I was like, this doesn't hit as hard. This doesn't slap as much. Now she owns the masters, so I don't have to feel bad about it. New glasses for the intro, yeah. Thank you, Johnny, for following. Plays in my mind every day, so thanks for the vocal stim. I found out that I have created a vocal stim in a friend group the other day. I found out yesterday. Thank you, Horace Master. Oh, I got, thank you. Thank you for the gold medal. Thank you, Sophia, for following. Thank you, Nick, for following. Apparently, a video that I made with Anarchy earlier this year, a bunch of people came into chat and were like, by the way, your dad texted in chat. And I thought it was like a weird new like TikTok trend. And what it was is they're quoting a video that I made with Anarchy where I was pretending to be, like, I joke whenever we're at a convention and she's in cosplay and I'm not. You're working on right now? No. The hints you get is everyone at the end of the year gets insane. Those are the hints you get. Honestly, the best concert I've been to. I usually like a lot of the 5 Seconds of Summer concerts I've been to. One that I really liked was a Sleeping with Sirens All Time Low concert. That was like a joint concert that was opened by Neck Deep and One OK Rock. That was a pretty sick concert. I went to that when I was in high school. I am not going to be making a video on the no buy year because I'm still doing another no buy year. I am continuing my no buy year into 2026 because I did not take nearly as much out of my debt as I would have liked this year, which was the responsible thing to do. I made way less money personally. The channel made a lot of money. I made very little money this year. So way less was taken out of the debt than I would have liked. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But I am continuing the no buy year. Plus, I don't know. Things are weird. No buy decade. Yeah, and I mean, until I get I've changed some things in the business. I had a PR company last year for small entertainment. We've gotten rid of that this year. So that alone will like potentially make it so that I am able to like take a more reasonable paycheck. So we'll see. And Arbor puts on a great show back in the day as well. What do you mean? I say that a lot now, I'm sure. Thank you, Ademi, for following. This is America. Yep. Me with my sippy cup that I got from VidCon. Everything I've seen out of that Turning Point event is insane, Moonrise, so I'm not surprised. Thank you for the Night Star gift. But yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to see how it God, the amount of Okay, I'm being invited to a paranormal cruise, apparently. I don't think I'm being invited. I think it's just like I've gone to an event with these people before, so they're inviting me. Being watching you since the 2020, I believe, since losing on Entity of Sick. It's giving ghost ship. We carry the grift. Yeah. More cruises. No, there's another. You guys are already getting a cruise video next year, probably. By a certain pop star. Would you do a paranormal cruise? The problem with paranormal cruises is they're normally not like on a haunted cruise ship. It's normally just like a regular paranormal convention, which I don't think is worth the cost of the cruise itself. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Daisy, for following. Oh, you're doing the JoJo cruise. Yeah, probably. Or a paranormal cruise? No, it's not. Oh, also, I knew these people were ghoulish, okay? But, like, it's wild to see what they allow within their own party, okay? The Turning Point USA event that's been happening right now. Did you guys see They set up and recreated the tent where Charlie Kirk was taken out so that people could take photos in it. Did you guys see that? And I'm like, you're joking. That's insane. Thank you for following Jade. Are you going to any paranormal events? Thank you for the hat. There's not on the docket right now. The plan is yes. I would like to go to more because the only thing I did this year was Bigfoot. I follow you on Instagram. Strange TikTok recommended your live. Yeah, TikTok only recommends my lives to people. It doesn't recommend my videos to people. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, you're joking. Yes? Oh. Sorry. Sorry, I just saw an actor has passed away. That's a bummer. Just sad to see, like, when the first thing you do. I only know him from James Ranson. And an apparent self-act. And confuse everyone. One day those pictures are going to end up in thrift stores. What do you... Oh, the AI. Classic cult behavior. Oh, yeah, no, those photos. The thing with Grindr, and I'm now convinced, because I don't doubt that there's a lot of people in the conservative side of things, that are like really like in the closet and like on the DL. Okay, I don't doubt that. But every time I'm just gonna go ahead and block this person because they're weird. Yes, bye. Someone named Jiminy Cricket sent a bajillion message asking if I would date a married guy. No. I barely want to date any guy. Why would I date a married man? This is the Taylor's version Speak Now sweater cardigan. It's my favorite album of hers, so it's the only cardigan I own. Thank you, Capitan Phantom. Jesus, what the actual fuck? He sent, God, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11, are you cool with dating a married guy? No. I reported married guy for spam. Thanks. Yeah. No, I barely want to date regular men, let alone men that are married. Eh. $11 too many. It was just spam. Yeah, there are sure a lot of closet people on the right. But no, the thing with Grindr is I do think that they purposely cause outages around events like that because then everyone is posting about events like that. If they had like an actual heat map of like actual users for accounts in that area, then that'd be one thing, but that's user data that they actually can't release typically. It's not a good look on them for them to be doing that. It's not a good idea for them to be outing things like that. Them causing purposeful outages in various areas is funny, but I think that's what's more likely. The Wired reported that Grindr is going AI first, whatever that means. Anyways, uninstalled already. AI first for... I hate these dating apps. Everyone's insane. Everyone's insane. Everyone's gotten insane. I guess he was curious. He can get wrecked. I don't know. I wanted to ask a question. Are you cool with dating a married guy? No, I'm not. As a married one, I wouldn't want to date them either. Like, if he had said, like, are you cool with dating a guy that's been divorced? That's one thing. Sell speed for the new year. I'm telling you, I told you, the only proposals I'm getting in 2026 is brands proposing fat deals. That's all. The only proposals I'm tolerating. The only proposals I'm tolerating. Now people will receive AI dick pics. The future is here, people. There we go. Yay. Amazing. Celibacy for the new year. Yeah. I'm on quite a long celibacy streak myself. Hell yeah. I will accept proposals to marry rich. I do my own chores, people. LMAO. Someone in my life who has been engaged for quite a while, okay, out of nowhere was like, yeah, we don't want to wait anymore. We're getting married, okay? And got married within 3 weeks. To which my father, because her own parents wouldn't ask, was like, are you pregnant? To which she said, no, we just don't want to wait. I think something's going on. I'm still suspicious. Because neither of them have money. So I'm like, her dad was like, to my dad, was like, thank you, because I can't ask that. And my dad's like, what do you mean you can't ask your own daughter? What the fuck is going on? Why she wants to rush this marriage? What do you mean? And I'm like, Dad, if I came to you tomorrow and said I'm getting married in a week, your first question is, are they rich? Second question is, are you pregnant? I know exactly what would happen here. Or I think something's I think there's shenanigans afoot, but I have no control over this situation. So I'm just prepared for when she comes to me and said she needs help with divorce. That's all I'm doing. Would ask the same. Yeah. But some family, this is something that I've like, cause my family is not like, we're not like close, like in the everyone's all happy and sunshine's close. My parents are divorced, but we're a very blunt family. We're pretty blunt. If when I was having money problems at the start of the year, like really bad, my dad asked me if I was involved in drugs or gambling. And I was like, no. He's like, I didn't think so, but I want to be sure. Like he was like, let me just make sure there's no like immediate like I need to get you like safety. And I was like, no, I was an idiot and I overspent on my credit cards. That's all this is. But like I've learned that a lot of families are not like that, and a lot of families are like, a lot of families are like, no, we can't talk about what's going on because then it makes it real. People could hear us, like, and I'm like, okay, your child has a drug problem. Are we gonna address that or not? Planet executed a whole wedding in like 14 days because they said, fuck, let's get married. So I can see them just not wanting to wait. Okay, the other thing, and this is the thing that bothers me the most, because if I had heard this story I didn't even know they were getting married. Like, my dad told me after the fact, because he probably knew I would call her and be like, what the fuck are you thinking? Okay, he does not have a job right now, okay? Because he hurt his hand, supposedly at work, okay? And when my dad has asked her about it, she's like kind of gives not like a real answer, to which I'm like, okay, there's some weird shit. He punched a wall, like something must have happened, because if he heard it on the job, then he'd be getting disability, which he's not, but he's out of work because he hurt his hand. What the fuck happened? Like hurt his hand to the point he can't work. I do not know details. I do not know this man. But every story I hear is everything's getting suspicious. Thank you for the astronaut. Thank you for following, Lawrence. Hello, Sarah. Thank you for the hearts. The wedding is the less likely the couple are to divorce, and the more expensive the wedding, the more likely the couple are to divorce. See, it's not that. It's the fact that, like, when I talked to her in June, I was like, oh, congrats on the engagement. Because, like, we hadn't seen each other in a while. And she was like, yeah, we're not rushing right now. We have, like, zero intent. Like, she was talking like she didn't want to get married for the foreseeable future. Like, they were like, yeah, we're getting steady. We're figuring things out. He needs a new job, things like that. I want more consistent work, things like that. And I was like, okay. And suddenly, too, we need to get married right now. So I think she's pregnant. I think she's pregnant because her family is pretty religious. I think she's pregnant and she lied to my dad. We're not rushing right now. We're at a very Chinese time in our lives. Gotcha. The broken hand sounds. I'm suspicious because I'm suspicious. So for context for who this girl is to me, she's basically my god sister. Her dad is my godfather. Okay. She has been doing like odd jobs for my dad and stuff. My dad's been paying her, which is why she's been around a lot more. And why she was around in June because he was helping her. She was helping him, my dad, pack up his house so that he could move to his new house. What I walk into, I am suspicious. Yeah, the broken hand sounds sus. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, that sounds pregante. Okay, I don't think it's for tax purposes because I don't think any of them have money like that. Like where it would like actually make a significant difference in the taxes. Thank you, Insectophone, for following. Oh, so my suspicion and my concern is that he was like, "We need to get married. You're falling out of love with me. We're waiting too long," because she was making money and is fairly independent. And I'm wondering if it's that. Or I told my dad, I was like, if she's not pregnant, he's going to get her pregnant, I think, immediately. Frankly. Pregnant. You can't testify against him. Yeah. Maybe he did something bad. That's how he broke his hand and she needs to be married. So you can't testify against him. Maybe. Thank you, Sewin, for following. Drywall violence. Yeah. I don't know. As I've told my dad, because, her parents just like are like, he's a good boy. It's like, okay, what do you actually like? Do we actually know this man? Like what's going on? This is weird. Instead, her dad is just kind of talking about, my godfather's just kind of talking about like, it was like the cheapest wedding ever. I saved so much money. And I'm like, okay. But like also I'm one of those people, guys, I think I'm more suspicious because I'm someone where I can't imagine getting married because I just don't want to wait anymore. Like I can't imagine that. And so that's why I think something else might be happening. You guys are right. It very easily could be they truly just didn't want to wait anymore. But there was no, every time we've talked, it's never been like, yeah, we're waiting because of X, Y, and Z. There was literally no rush to then suddenly within 3 weeks we must get married. No idea who these people are. Yeah, that's fair. Please stop when it's revealed this is Arky's May now. Did they elope? No, like they not elope. They had like a little wedding. They like did the reception in the backyard type of thing. The bag in question is empty. Yeah, I waited 10 years to get married just because I wanted to wait. The advantage was that our families were okay with whatever wedding we wanted because they were panicking we would never get married. Like Ellie, thank you for following. But yeah, no, as soon as I know, my dad was really freaked out. Like he's really bothered. understandably, which is why he asked the question, are you pregnant? And I guess she posted a video that was like really religious and weird and like not sounding like herself, which he found, my dad, because he's also on social media, and he was like, what is this? And like brought it to his therapist, like, is this weird, or am I like overreacting because this is like a daughter to me? Like, is that what's going on here? So I don't know. Thank you for following. Chowderino. What are you doing here? I need a new convention review, TBH. There's no conventions right now. Sorry. Your dad is so real for this. Yeah. You know. Like thank you, Kay, for following. Like if one of my dad would be doing the same thing, by the way, if one of my friends that he's known for, 5 years, like got married tomorrow, he'd be like, what's going on? What do you mean? How long have you known this guy? Like even when Anarchy and Chris got married, he was like, those are your friends that have been together the entire time you've known them, right? Okay. Is she pregnant? No? Okay. They just want to get, okay, cool. Like Anarchy and Chris, they got engaged and got married just because they were like, yeah, we knew we were going to do this and we just decided to do this now type of thing, But like, it was not like it was just kind of like yeah, we'll get married. We just want to wait till X, And then they were like, well, wait, what? We're going to do this trip. Why don't we just get married there? And then we can do X, Y, and Z, Thank you, Kay, for following. No, not recently converted. Like her family is pretty religious, to the point where it's like religious to the point like, no, it's a little too oversharey. Do I do? I think she's pregnant or something else is going on. I don't know. I've told my dad, I'm like, listen, all we can do is be ready to help her find a good attorney for when she wants a divorce. Like that's really all we can do at this point. We can, and I told my dad because he was like, oh well, if you need like more work, like I can do, like we have X, Y, and Z that we're working on. She was like, oh, I don't know when I'm coming back to town. And I was like, thank you for the hat. I was like, if you are truly worried that something bad is going on, all you can do is keep the door open at this point. If she like, just remind her like, oh yeah, if you want to come house sit, like, so that she knows she has a place to go. That's all you can be doing, The Speak Now sweater. What are your current thoughts about Taylor Swift? Not pleasant. I was cold. This is a good loose sweater. I own it. I'm wearing it, I've not watched the show, nor do I intend to. It sounds like it could be pregnancy, the religious fan pressuring to marry. No, because they also were like, yeah, we don't know what's going on. They just want to get married. Like, he's my godfather's not a very good liar. Let me put it that way. So I don't think that like it would be them pressuring her. You know what I'm saying? Mayhem Kitty, thank you for following. I'm getting waterboarded with Disney Plus Taylor Swift ads. Are they broke or what? The answer is not no, I should say. They're definitely not broke. I think it's just like, let's drive to traffic. No. I'm dropping goldfish. Thank you, Zara Noel, for following. The National Institute of Standards and Technology atomic clock in Boulder, Colorado lost power, so that's potentially going to be interesting. Oh, that's bad. How do you lose power on that clock? Don't they have like backups on backups for that one? Thank you, I have a Glock for the hearts. I keep rewatching the clips. I love your video so much. Thank you. Are strong over here, mid-20s, and I got bedtime again. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. High wind gusts and extended outage. Jeez. Losing the ability to tell time would kind of fit the hellscape vibe going on. Yeah. Hey, no digging. No. Here, eat this goldfish that fell. Come here. Good boy. My producer. Yes, they say hi to you. I need to trim his bangs. You can't see his eyes right now. I keep rewatching the videos of Jake Paul getting his shit rocked. It's really funny. Hi, Amanda. Hi. We broke time. Yep. Dylan, thank you for following. Megadum, thank you for following. So funny, jaw broken in 2 places. Dude, the photo of the x-ray is crazy. How he was still talking, I don't understand. Yeah, Tate also lost a boxing match. What grid life event, Dylan? His audacity helps him talk. Saw an edit the Jake Paul fight where he got rocked. He lost all the Sonic Hedgehog ring. Oh, that's so funny. I should send that to my friends at Sega. Jaw, thank you for following. Doing YouTube for 7 years? No, I have not. I don't think so. God. My friends at Sega is such a casual flex. I love it. I'm in LA. I have friends everywhere. Wind was ridiculous on Friday morning, but I didn't lose power till that night. I was making a coffee. Don't judge my caffeine consumption timing, please. When it happened and it went pitch black. Couldn't see 6 inches from me. I had the split second thought of, oh, I'm dead, I guess. Was surprisingly nonplussed for that split second. It's almost a good thing, though. It means people are no longer talking about him and he's no longer relevant. I don't think it was the same event. Was it the same event, the same night? We're chatting and yapping, and I'm eating goldfish. That woman was idiotic. Dylan, I do not know what you're talking about. Matthew, think we're falling. I'm eating goldfish. I went to the store today and got thank you. The woman in SF fighting people in the restaurant. Yeah, I need people. The fact that it took them that long to get that woman, her off of that woman that she had by the hair is deranged. Gracie, thank you for following. Thank you, Static. Oh my God, there's more. Oh my God. Is this real? Sorry, I see the photo of Jake Paul all swollen. Is this real? There's no way. Oh my God. It looks like this whole chunk of his face, chat, looks like it's gonna explode. Like it's that swollen and purple. Oh my, is that real? I can't show you. There's no way I can show you this. I think it's fake because there's 2 different, yeah, he's got 2 different beards. This has got to be fake. His beard's different. There's no, yeah, the beard's got to be different. The beard is different, unless they shaved his beard down. Hang on. Let me see. It's got to be AI. Jake Paul, swollen jaw. I know his jaw is wired shut. God. Okay, he looks swollen, but he still looks normal. Yeah, these photos are definitely fake. God, the AI is getting crazy. This one might be real. Hang on, let me hear the audio. Is that Sora? Let me see. We find another instance. Hang on. These are my narwhal headphones, chat. We live in a society. Thank you, Vince, for following. That's AI. That's got it. Yeah, I'm sure it's no longer available. Okay. Do we have more videos from his account? See, because of the Sora shit, and because he allows Sora to have his face, like you get this one's AI. God. They might just all be AI. Swell OMG, hi. Olivia Rodrigo broke up as well? Damn. Oh, that's a bummer for her. Jaw wired shut just means that for 7 days he can't drink solids. He can't eat solids. Genuinely snapped his jaw. He posted. No, I know he snapped his jaw. There's videos though and photos of his jaw really like swollen beyond like belief. And I think some of them are AI. One of them I can tell his beard is not correct. So that one's definitely AI. Some of them might be. I'm trying to find posts that he posted though. Thank you for the I'm ready. Okay, I'm sick of Twitter, by the way. Thank you for the fest pop. Thank you. I live in New Jersey, close to NYC, so when I see 432 Park Avenue, I always think of you. Thank you. Let's see. Just going through. Tumblr post that said I can't stop asking if this is AI for the rest of my life. Yeah. I have seen begonia. The Sun reports that Olivia Rodrigo and Louis Partridge have broken up after 2 years of dating. Don't even joke. Sorry. I do not have anyone in that bout. Did you like Begonia? I liked it for the most part, I would say. Did I think it was like mind-bending particularly? No, personally. But I liked it enough. I'm glad I saw it in theaters. I don't think I would have liked it as much if I saw it at home. Let's see. I know both Taint and Jake Paul got beat up. I love it. Yep. I told you. It's very a lot. Did you think you were getting AI butt, artificial butt? Hermes. Bye. We'll probably start gaming in a second. We've been live for over an hour, so I think it's time to game soon. I will say I saw I did say in the videos that their asses were so good it made me do squats. So, thank you for the rose, Chrissy. Let's see. All right. We're going to pivot to Dredge because apparently we are very close to finishing Dredge, chat. Ten dance, and it's about 2 rival dancers getting together to learn each other's dances for a competition, essentially rivals lovers. Interesting. In a perfect world, I will not have to film at all the rest of the year. That's the goal. Of course Ilya was caked up. What do you mean? Okay. We are now playing Dredge. Okay. This time I will be with you. I'm ready. Warning, you are entering the final phase of the game. Your progress will not be saved from this point forward. Do you wish to continue? Yes. One more time. Your progress will not be saved from this point onwards. Are you sure you wish to continue? Yes. The relics are coming with us. We should wait for the fog to thicken. With luck, the seas will remain unaware of our intentions. Okay, we're waiting for the right time. I love that sweater. Thank you. Shape is crazy. I'm a narwhal. We're going in the middle of the night? It's marked on the map. Not with such a significant cargo. Must not tarry. Spirit from the mirror. A chill in your body has turned as you turn to leave. The collector is with you. The collector was me. Okay. I just need to go out through Greater Morrow. Okay. It's the middle of the night. I don't know how this will work. I'm going the wrong way. Oh, I see it. Thank you for following or whatever you just did. I'm so sorry. 1 second. Yeah, I'm heading there. Oh, the time's not changing. Thank you for following, Jules. I'm here. This is the place. This is where she was taken from us and where we can at last bring her back. Only here and only because of what we've achieved. You open the book. The pages are frosted with ice and a chill mist rises from your fingers. You begin to read aloud. To release a lost one frozen in time. You throw the pocket watch overboard. And tethered by chains in the deep. You throw the necklace overboard. Bind them to this world once more. You throw the ring overboard. You open the door to the starry heavens. You slot the key into the lock of the music box. And lay the weary world to rest. You throw the music box overboard. It's the key left unturned. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My light's going out. Oh no, we're in the dark. I'm gonna die, aren't I? Oh! Wait, that's a woman. Is that our wife? Hello. What did we do? Hi, Gabby. Welcome in. Oh my god! Yeah, okay, I'm so sorry. Getting our wife back is not worth that. What? Is that Cthulhu? What are we doing? Is that it? Is that it? Oh no, we caused everything to burn and die. Oh no, we caused the wreckage. Oh, this has got to be the bad ending. This has got to be the bad ending. We burned Greater Morrow. Oh, I definitely messed up somewhere. I definitely messed up, chat. Oh, I really have a knack for getting the bad ending. Yes, it is. This is the Taylor Swift cardigan. I really have a knack for getting the bad ending, don't I? This is now like the second or third time that I've gotten a bad ending. Swallow Destroyer of Worlds. God, I guess I have. Damn. What if I just didn't do that? Game, won't be saving from that point. Game, 2 minutes later, you're dead. I don't even think I'm dead. I think I got my wife back. I think I just also brought on Armageddon. Found out your last name. I've heard that a lot. The music box. My name is Polish, yes. I'm just watching them burn while they scroll through the title credits. Getting a bad ending. I've gotten a few bad endings. I am a trinket swirly. Also snacky, yep. And you're following. If I hit X, I can skip. Dredging the depths. Okay. I kind of want to see what happens if I hit continue. What'll it do? Just show me that ending again? Okay. There's got to be other things I can do. So if I go here, nothing, I'll be going. Okay, there's got to be other things. There must be other things. Oh, you know what I never did? The tablets. I never found more of the tablets. That's what I need to do. I need to find more tablets, obviously. How am I doing money-wise? I need more money. We ignored that ending, and we play again. That's the moral of the story. The moral of the story is nothing is over until I say so. No, this is the same. So basically what we just did doesn't save. It didn't save. This is the last save that we did. So by hitting continue, it brought me back to this. Like this brought me back to the last save that I did. Like, there's got to be a way, because I can make all the islands sing to me, yes? All the rocks? There's got to be more I can do. I can ignore the collector. They're so bad, that's why I get for being a brokey. Hometown hero, thank you for following. Cod, flounder. Let me go to the flounder. I'll just get you. Okay, well, we got lightning now. I'm looking for aberrations. There's usually something once it gets dark. There really none? All right. Let me go. What is it? I have the book. You've had it this whole time, have you not? It doesn't matter. Make the most of the window of lucidity. Now it is time to act. Do you still remember where it happened? In that gloomy darkness behind the bay? When you're ready, I'll point the way. Oh, I can go to the... Okay, let's try the lighthouse keeper ending. Let's try the lighthouse keeper ending one more time. Your progress will not be saved. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Yes, let's do it. It was all those years ago. I'll point the way. Follow my light. Go and do what's right for her. Throw it back. Okay. Where's your light? Is it the same spot? Shit. Oh, I see. We're zooming. Uh-oh. I'm getting anxious. Are you just watching, or am I getting anxious? I can't tell. This is the place. Throw it back. The book struggles in your grasp, its weight somehow shifting from side to side. Silver ribbons flail pathetically against your fingers. Throw it back. You hold it high above your head. A low groan from the book, echoed by another of the depths. Throw it back. You throw it into the foaming water. Okay. My light flickers out. Did I do it? Is that what I needed? Is that all I needed to do? Thank you, Carrion, for following. Am I gonna die? I mean, I guess that's an alternative to everyone dying. Is me dying? Getting swallowed by the depths? Okay, wait, then who was the other fisherman? Because there was another fisherman. Like, everyone else gets to live. Okay. We're going back. The mayor. I almost ran out of wood for repairs. No, he was no good. And never came back. So long, we shan't be missed by us. Now, what else can I do for you? Yeah. Well, I heard that my counterpart in Little Morrow met the most unfortunate end. Say he went mad quite suddenly. One day he was normal, the next he was pacing the shoreline, hurling people's belongings into the sea. Seems like he disappeared, never to be seen again. Nowadays, the tale of the old mayor is used to scare children. Not many remember him, myself included, and those who do remember don't seem to like talking about him. A most unpleasant subject. Any for the heart me. Let me go to the other side. Don't give me an anxiety shark. Can I fish over here? Give me aberrations. Hello. Sorry, you guys are blocking. I love your headset. Thank you. I love it too. It's very fun. Okay. There's got to be... Can I put you here? There we go. Okay. I shall leave. Didn't someone need crabs from me? Your Sunday's going well. Thank you, Valerie, for following. Welcome in. We are... Let's talk to the dock worker. Is standing motionless on this edge of the dock, staring down at the water. He seems paralyzed by what he sees. No, I want to see... Let me talk to you, bro. Okay. For the traveling merchant, she might have more information on them. Look at the encyclopedia, too. So let's try get any of these rare fish, maybe, and see what happens there. We need one more tablet. I need an oarfish. Let's see. Encyclopedia. Abyssal. Not caught. Stellar Basin. Oh, I thought I got those. Did I not? That's got to be the oarfish. Oh, cool. I have no idea where this thing is. And these are the aberrations of them. Okay. I'll just sleep. Let me go back to Stellar Basin. This is the Taylor Swift Speak Now sweater. Stellar Basin. Yeah, I'm going the right way. I guess I'm gonna go get fish. Oh, I'll get to Stellar Basin and then I'll sell the fish to her. That'll work. I didn't mean to do that. That was not the goal. Just goldfish crackers. Okay. We have the basin. Snailfish. Let me go to... Oh, there we go. There's one I haven't seen. Here we go. Okay. Let's get more. There we go. Okay. I shall come back, and I shall look for more. Let me get to her first. Got so much in the game that the black ink onto the white Christmas card, I'm making an accident. Oh no. Gaming's well in her element. Yeah, hi. Live, laugh, love, goldfish. Yep. Well, we got a good ending, which I guess the good ending is me dying, versus killing everyone, you know, and bringing on the death of others with my selfishness, you know. Thank you, Matcha, for following. So... Okay, don't I need to give you fish? Hold on. Okay. Cabin, encyclopedia, yep. Do you need this? Rare fish. Okay, I need an oarfish. Hang on, I'm literally taking a photo with my phone. A gulper eel. Goliath tigerfish. And, okay, so I just need to keep getting... I need to catch an oarfish and report on the locations of fish. Let's go to the fish market. Hello. Take my fish. Okay. I've made more room, so let me go... Whoops. Let me see. No. Anglerfish. Barracuda. Hammerhead. Anglerfish. How far out can I go? Or do I have to use... Or do I have to use the bait? Is it one of those things? How do I use the bait? Hang on. E? I'm using bait. Is that all I can get? Is these? Oh no, it's different fish. Okay. Okay. That's one. What I need is the oarfish. Okay. Okay. Well, that didn't work. The ghost ships. Okay. Okay. Let's go to the shipyard. What do you have? Got more bait. Might as well. I would like to figure out where... Okay. I'm looking up where I can get the oarfish, Chad. What is it I needed? Hang on. I need... catch an oarfish. I'm assuming it's abyssal. That's definitely an oarfish. Not caught. Day or night. Rod. It's definitely abyssal. Where? Okay, gulper eel. Wait. But I got a coleanth. Did I not tell her? It's a devil's spine. Oh, I have to go there and then report it. Okay, what about Goliath tigerfish? Oceanic, maybe? Fatal. Okay. Goliath tigerfish. Gulper eel. Also at Stellar Basin. Okay, so I just need to catch one and then tell her? How do I report these locations? Goliath tigerfish is at Stellar Basin. So what, do I catch them and then report them? I don't understand. Okay, well, I get to go and sleep for now, and then I shall go catch that other one. Okay. For stellar tigerfish. Okay. We want Stellar Basin. There we go. No, I want Stellar Basin. There we go. God. Want us to be in my inventory? I mean, I definitely have, but whatever. Okay, Goliath tigerfish, twisted strand, coleanth is the mangroves abyssal. Okay, I hate this actually. What's the one, the fucked up one? It's the... Okay, whatever. I'm gonna go look for it. Fuck it. Whatever. Bye. Where's the weirdo one? I think it's closer to the, I think I have to go to, whoops, don't hit the curb. The curb. What am I talking about? Is that it? No, it's a loose straw. It's a huge fish. Gamer Girl Swell. Hi! Red snapper. God. Loose straw? No. Goliath tigerfish. Is that the one that we need? Or a gulper eel. Do you stream every day on TikTok? I am lately. Oh, nope. Loose straw. Loose straw. Barracuda. God, where's the gulper eel? Is the Goliath tigerfish what I'm looking for? Okay, tab. Hang on. Let's go back to the encyclopedia. Okay. Loose straw. Anglerfish. Sunfish. This is the oarfish. I need that. Coleanth. I need that. That's in Devil's Spine. And now we're in aberrations. Okay. Okay, let's start over. Yeah, you need the Goliath tigerfish. Where is it? I literally just saw it. This was driving me insane. This thing. That's what I... No, that's twist... Gulper eel. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, report gulper eel location to traveling merchant. This is the thing I'm looking for. This is here. I've definitely sold this to her, though. That's what's crazy. Day or night in Stellar Basin. So was it in the basin? I'm sorry, yeah, I'm playing Dredge, and I'm trying to beat one of my objectives, one of my pursuits. And I'm missing an eel. Where did I find it last time? Does anyone remember? What I need is the eel. That's what's over here. Hate all. Oh yeah, I might just be out of luck, chat. So I think it might be in here. Anglerfish. You know what, let me put my net down and just go swimming and seeing what I can find around the basin. Okay, yeah, how do I get the stone to sing to me? So, faint shapes dance upon its surface, vanishing before your eyes can focus on them. Place your hand on the stone. The stone does not respond to your touch. See, there's got to be a way to make the stone respond to my touch. That can't be nothing. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Abyssal, 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 abyssal. Coastal. Let's get weird squid. Oh, that's silly. It's a pretty weird squid. What are we doing today? We're chatting while I play, Dredge. We finished a couple of different rounds, but nothing too crazy. Okay, let's see. Shallow, hate all, haddle. Let's see. This is where I'm supposed to be for this thing, and they just are not out here, evidently. Was that one and done, the one that I got? Was that all I could get? Is that what I'm learning? Because there's also got to be a key for the workshop, right? See. You know what? I'm Googling it. Gulper eel. Okay, in the trench leading to the center. So apparently it is out here. You know what? I'm turning on the thing. Let's try this. Let me turn on the generator. Yes. Let's see if this makes it so that I can... Okay. That's a coral grouper. They're saying it should be in the middle here, but it's not. Okay. Oh, you stupid thing. Where are you? You're supposed to be here. It's gonna drive me insane. Alright. Never mind. Okay. Twisted Strand is where I get the other stuff. Supposedly it's over where I'm at. It's near the abandoned research outpost. Like where I am, this trench here is where it should be. This trench here is where it should be, and it's not. It's gonna drive me insane. Because what do you mean? Ugh. Okay. What's at Gale Cliffs? Oh, I see. Hang on, let me go back to where she was. I may be able to solve half the problems I just came up with for myself. Hold on. Hello, Diva. Those rare fish you wanted me to find. What did you know? I found the gulper eel. Okay, I did do it. So that's why I can't find it. I technically did. I found the Goliath. That's great news. Okay, this is the problem. Oh, that's great news. I'll add it to the records. Here's this. What about the other fish? Tell me about oarfish. Given that the oarfish has a long, fragile body, I suspect they'll live reasonably deep, but calm water. Maybe the shelter of gale cliffs would suit them. What about the other fish? Nope, that's it. So I just gotta go to... Strange things plenty, but I try not to dwell on them. You can go crazy, no? Ha, but hey, if you see strange things, maybe you're not seeing them the right way. Maybe they're not so strange after all. Or perhaps they are and they're incredibly dangerous. Better not risk it. Hello. Okay. This is good. Okay, hang on. Hadal... The... Abyssal? There's my oarfish. It's abyssal, not caught. But I need to go near Gale Cliffs. Pursuits. Yeah, okay. I just need to catch the oarfish. And the cusk eel, which I still don't know. Twisted strands. They catch me a fish depicted on a stroll. Okay. Net. Research. Kinda doesn't matter, so. Fathomless wench. There we go. My storage. There we go. Okay, let's just sleep for now and then I'll go to the other one tomorrow. Gotta go to Gale Cliffs. That's Ingfell. There we go. That's the wrong direction. Okay, well, no. Hi. I just wanted to say hi. Never mind. Goddamn. Jeez. My bad. Just gonna hope to Gale Cliffs. Deep but calm waters, they said. Why do you have... I don't need... I'm not gonna go and get that, but... What is that? Oh, is this another hunger dude? This is another hunger dude. Just a hooded figure. Dirty robes obscure all features of within back into hands. Fishermen. Deep. Calls. Respond. Their voice gurgles with the sound of fluid in their lungs. And answer. The hooded figure holds out a scroll. They tap at the shape depicted. It's a red snapper. Okay. Gotcha. I think I literally just saw that. Sure. Is that not? Yeah, right there. Okay. Okay. Here you go. There you go. They rip through the throat of the fish and tear out its heart. It's in their mouth before you have the time to process what you just saw. Another, a sacrifice. They point another shape on the scroll. This one looks like a fang tooth. Okay. Where is a fang tooth out here? Whoa, we got a raid. Hi, welcome in, raiders. Sorry, I'm locked in. Hold on, let me pause. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Amanda. You're watching Swell Entertainment. Thank you guys for the raid. Oh, wow, with a lot of viewers. Oh, my God. Damien, hi. Jeez. Hang on. Let me go full screen for a second. Hi, guys. My name's Amanda. I run Swell Entertainment. Today we're playing Dredge. We did technically beat the game, but we got 2 bad endings. One in which I killed everyone, and then one in which I died. So we're trying other things now. Thank you so much for following. OMG, you're so cute. Hello. Hi. Have a fantastic night stream. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. How was your stream? How was it? Killing everyone is good, actually. It felt bad because it was like selfish. Like we rescued like our wife that like we thought died, but she didn't. And then like we unleashed like a titan on the ocean and everyone involved in it, you know? Hello, have a fun stream. Thank you. Oh, goodness. Hi. It was pixel spooky. Okay. Amazing Christmas tree. Yes, this is my Christmas tree, chat. Here at TikTok. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's do this. We'll end this one. Here we go. There we go. Thank you guys for hanging out. Bye. Okay. There we go. Hi. It was fun. Very nice. It was grotesque and awesome. Okay, cool. Well, thank you guys so much for joining, and thank you so much, Electra Lele Bear. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Oh my goodness, thank you. You won the Swell Grand Prix. When you gift a sub or sub with Prime, you get to win the Swell Grand Prix. So thank you for subscribing, for gifting a sub. More like Swallanter Raidman. Thank you guys. Very fun. Okay, but yeah, if you guys would like to stick around, totally cool. You guys, it's actually Science Sunday, so we're going to play this a little longer, and then we're going to end it, and we're going to be watching science videos, because it's Science Sunday. And if you gift 5 subs, you get to like pick the topic of the science videos and things like that for funsies. So if you'd like to hang out, totally feel free to chill. And yeah, sacrifice a rat child to a... What were you playing? What were you doing? We watched Damien sacrifice a rat child to a wall. What were you doing? Look outside. Ooh, science videos I'm in. Look outside. You were playing Look Outside, or you're telling me to look outside? Just casual Sunday things. Okay. It's called Look Outside, also an Eldritch spooky game. Okay, makes sense. Okay, is it good? Should I play that next? In-game, gotcha. Just normal Damien games, yeah. That's the game, okay. Yes, so good. Okay, cool. Okay, we're gonna keep playing. We are on the hunt for an oarfish. We have not found it yet. Feel free to come and join us and hang out. If you guys, we're playing observation duty for the longest time. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm doing a side quest right now, actually, where I try and find various fish. I don't think we have those here nearby. Okay, I need to get to a place at the dock is what I need to be doing. The oarfish is cool. Yeah, hang on, let me see. Where am I at on the map? Oh, I'm turning around the wrong way. That's bad. Thank you so much for following, everyone. Oh my goodness. Still clearly messed up from the spooky stream. I thought you were going to say you're looking for an orphan. No. Just an oarfish. Oh, there's the oceanic perch. I think this is what I needed. Here we go. Basically, this is kind of like Eldritch horror type of thing, but like ocean Eldritch horror, which is fun. There's also a mobile game, which I have not played, but I'm assuming it's very similar. But basically, we like go around and fish, and some fish are messed up. You know, as fish are. Thank you so much for following. We're gonna park it with the, so that we're safe for the evening. Hello. Anything good? Tell me about reptiles. Here we go for Science Sunday. I'm glad you asked. Not many consider reptiles when they think of the ocean. Loggerhead turtles are a common sight in the temperate waters around the Maros and Gale Cliffs, though they can be hard to spot in the water. When it comes to larger reptiles, they don't get any bigger than saltwater crocodiles. The mangroves at Twisted Strand are the perfect environment for them. All right, we're going to sleep here tonight, and then we're going to deliver the fish. Thank you for the follows. Oh my goodness. Are so neat too. Yeah, they're crazy. God, I think it was, you guys know like river monsters. They did a segment about oarfish where they actually found an oarfish, I think. And it was like a crazy thing where they like tried and they were like losing conscious. It's a whole thing. Like it's like some of like the greatest footage ever caught of an oarfish. And like just totally in its natural. Oh no. Oh, you want the weird, you want, oh, a fang tooth. I don't have a fang tooth. I have a perch. They look the same. Oh well. Sorry, bro. I'll try and find you a fang tooth, but I'm gonna go do the thing I need to go do first, which is find the oarfish. If I find you a fang tooth, I will get you a fang tooth. Jeremy Wade is the man. Oh, they're so neat too, yeah. Let's see. Okay, I should be in the right spot. We got weird fish. I love the art style for the sprites. Let's see. So deep, but calm. Which means I'm gonna have to go in the thing. I don't want to go in the thing. Okay, we are going to be getting ready to banish because they have evil fishies here. Also, I'm going to try to not get everything decimated. E. No. Nope. Hi, can you not? Yeah, go away. Thank you. Where are you, fish? Where are you? Should you be in here? Deep but calm. So I'm like... how many times do I have to play this game far and have you been digging it? We technically have beat this game, but beat is a poor word for it because I died and then I led to other people dying. You know how it is, how games go. So I've been playing it for a while. We stopped playing for a while because I wanted to play I'm on observation duty, which we beat very quickly, shockingly, because I'm usually not that good at it. Okay. Where are you? Oarfish. Like, I don't even think I've seen it pop up anywhere. No. Okay, if we don't find the oarfish soon, we will swap over to Science Sunday. Oh, that's your... Okay, you're in a... That's scary. You're gonna come out of there and get me, aren't you? Can you not, please? That will decimate my boat. Okay. Do you show up at night? Where is the oarfish? Let me ask here, maybe. Let me ask them. Hello, give me fish info. Her VODs are here. Yes. I'm sad. I still said I missed opportunity. Well, we've been playing again because I actually really like a lot of the designs this time around. Have you heard any strange things about the area? Maybe. There's an exodus from Gale Cliffs. Dozens of ships sailed as fast as they could. They were waving and shouting something at us from there, but we couldn't make it out. Never did we see or hear of them since. Anything else? No. Inkfell resident? There's a merchant. Anything else? No. Okay. What I need... Pursuits. Catch a fangtooth. I shall find a fangtooth. But first, I need... Catch a rare fish. Okay. Maybe we just wait till it gets dark. Sleep, 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 sleep. Wake up. Undock. Where is fish? I didn't mean to do that. But I've gotten mixed bait now. Oh my goodness. Oh my god! Sometimes the fishing mechanics are not ideal. Okay. E, give me that. Where is an oarfish? Give me an oarfish. Literally, where is the oarfish? Okay, you know what? We're looking up the oarfish. Thank you for following. Okay. I know that that thing will come out and get me if I'm not careful. That one's new? This I haven't gotten? Oh. How have I not gotten the black sea bass yet? Okay. Anything else? Are those rocks I can blow up? No. Oh, I thought I had explosives. Okay, well. Never mind then. You're all aberrations. I don't like when the music changes. No! 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 Absolutely not. No. Get away from me. You're joking. Go away. Where is this goddamn oarfish? Oarfish in Dredge. Oh. Oh. The thing that I thought I might be able to do that I didn't do. Apparently, I just sail through the waterfall, which I was like, can I go through that? That's what I thought in my head, and then I didn't. Where did your waterfall go? There it is. This is not at all what was described to me, but whatever. Hello. Hi, oarfish. Get on. Oh, there's treasure too. Hi. A rotten chest at the pile at the top of the cave. Look inside. Thank you. There we go. Can the scary big fish, though, get me in here is the question. There we go. There we go. That's actually a cool depiction of a oarfish. Okay. It's gonna get me. I gotta go quick. Get me out. 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 Okay, we're out. No. Okay, there's this stalk. I just gotta go around. Okay, ow. IRL fish sea creature. I mean, I love a couple of different ones. Did I do this already? Have I not done this? The waves of the 3 crab-like creatures are carved into it. The largest are covered. Oh, I need crabs. Covered in rocks and are strange shapes. Okay, I need crabs. Have I not done? I didn't even see this was over here. Okay, I gotta put my crab boats out. Hold on, I think I have crabs shells. Do I have any on me? No, they're all in storage. Hi, Sparkly. You missed the huge raid we had. We got a big raid. Davian raided us. It was very nice. So quite a few of you stuck around. We're just finishing this up. We technically finished the game, Sparkly, but we didn't like the ending. So we're trying this instead, where I'm going to finish everything else. And then, okay, where is Merchant? There she is. Eerie games for all. Yep. Okay. Hi. Oh. Hey again, come by for a chat about those fish you wanted me to find. What did you find? I found an oarfish. That's great news. I'll add it to my records. Here, take this. I'm sure you'll find some use for it. More research. So this was all just for research items. That's all. That's it. That's all of them. Wow, I never thought I'd complete these records. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Not particularly. Okay, fish market. Sell everything. I'm selling my fish. Okay. My storage. Yeah, we've got all these crab pots. Let's go put all these out. Never mind. You need repair. Do you all need repair? I guess you do. You know what? Whatever. We'll put them all out. There we go. Shipyard. Repair ship. There we go. Okay, let's go dump all of these. We'll just go crab pot. Boop. 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 There we go. That's all of them. Alright, and we'll call it a night chat for this one. And we will do science videos. Okay. We're gonna escape. Save and quit. Confirm. Okay. But that's Dredge. If you guys are ever interested in playing Dredge. Quit. Perfect. Okay, hang on. Let me go. Alright. So. Science time. So, until someone gifts 5 subs or anything like that to choose a topic, I get to choose a topic. So let's see. We were on a radiation theme for a while, but I feel like we're off of that. You know, like radiation poisoning. We were really into that. I'm kind of in another spy mood, which I know is not quite sciencey. Thank you for 420 bits, non-verbatim. Thank you. Little Liel Oville, by the way, thank you for following, subscribing over on YouTube. Sorry, I just saw that notification. And thank you guys all so much. Okay. Let's see. We got history. We were doing history for a while. Thank you for following. Let's see. God, there's so much AI in this now. Oh God, the history. I hit the history. Hang on, let me show you guys what I'm looking at so you can see what I see. Hold on. Thank you so much. Okay, hang on. Let me go back. We'll do window capture, properties, YouTube. I just need you guys to see all the AI I'm looking at. It's actually insane. Oh no, that's the alert box. Cancel. That's not what we want to change. We want audio and we want YouTube. Perfect. Okay. Here you guys go. Look at all of this. I just hit the history tab because I want to see what would pop up. Make me slightly bigger. Here we go. There we go. Hello. with my my headset.
Hey,
Sorry, not what I wanted to watch. But like it's so much like the AI. This looks to be AI. Yeah, that's AI, I think. Okay. Let's see. Extinct Zoo, the most terrifying. You guys want to start here? Extinct Zoo, the most terrifying discoveries made by archaeologists. Oh, you guys can't see it. We're going to start here.
I am sure you have all heard the question, what is the scariest animal? I mean, it is one of the greatest icebreakers, at least in my opinion.
Oh, okay, sorry. And the rules for Science Sunday, there are no stupid questions. If a video says something, if I talk about something and you're like, what's that? Totally cool. Even if it's something like English is not your first language and you're like, what does that actually mean? We can pause, we can chat. I'll probably pause so we can discuss things. The whole point is learning and making our brains work without AI. That's the whole point of Science Sundays, okay? And on YouTube, a small victory. The channel's screen culture likes to use AI videos disguised as trailers is nuked on YouTube. Huzzah! Alrighty, let's see.
And some of the more common responses to this are things such as snakes, sharks, spiders,
I think we're following.
hawks, bears, etc. Now,
Fuck yeah,
these
give me the
answers are fair.
science.
They all
Thanks for
can
the
be quite
disclaimers,
scary,
Hole. No stupid
but
questions,
really,
yeah.
Statistically, there is only one true answer. And no, it's not mosquitoes.
Also drink water.
Rather, other humans. No animal causes ourselves as much pain as, well, ourselves. And every year, at least 475,000 people are killed by other humans. And mind
Makes
you,
sense.
this is not including war, car crashes, accidents, or the
Yeah.
transmission of contagious diseases, which would then put the number in the many millions.
Please get vaccinated. Okay.
And so not only
Amanda's
do no other
spreading
animal deserve this by numbers,
her rhetoric.
but also not by brutality. Because without going into too much detail, I'm sure most of you already know how brutal humans can be.
Let's see.
However, for as bad things can seem today, in some ways, I much prefer the present over the past. As back in the day, people could be quite, out of control. And there is no better evidence for this than real-life discoveries which document ancient human
What I
plants,
do like about
which
Extinct
was
Zoo
in
as
some
well
cases
is
so
you guys
good
may not be able to
that it
see because
honestly
chat's
makes
kind of
foreign
blocking
ones
them.
look like
But down
sunshine
here
and
they put the
roses.
artist of
Maybe
all
some
of
place
the
to
art
start
and
is
video
about
clips that
just
they
the worst
use, like
time you
where
could
the source
spawn
comes from,
a
which I
city.
really like.
The Neolithic, also
Neolithic.
known as the New Stone Age. It's hard to describe this period in one word.
Not the
but whatever
Minecraft
that word
pickaxe
is,
on
it's not a
there.
good one. And that largely was because of us, with violence and war being the name of the game back then. In fact, the violence was so bad that it might have resulted in a drastic drop in population that was severe enough to cause an actual genetic bottleneck. And due to this, you might be unsurprised to hear that we know of literally hundreds of mass burials and sites of brutal violence that all trace back to this period. Yet, like everything, there were levels to the derangedness, with some sites being more plain, you know, a simple blunt force victim here and there, while others make you want to go, what the freakosaurus. And one of the
What
most
the
horrifying sites
freakosaurus?
yet was a place known as Herxheim. This archaeological site sits in the southwest of Germany,
Okay.
and is frankly a place you wonder if it would be best if it was never discovered, as it can
Well, I get that there's like bad discoveries, but I do think that discoveries are good even if it shows bad things. You know what I'm saying?
contains the remains of a pretty grisly massacre, even by prehistoric standards, and is actually the largest ancient massacre site we know of, with there being at least 1,000 slain individuals.
See,
that
but
have
I
been
feel
shoved
like
into a
that's
series of
important to
pits
know so
that surrounded a
that we
then
don't
large settlement.
repeat it, you
And
know?
based on a few of the more intact bodies found, it's been suggested that the dead have been offed by not one, but by a variety of different weapons. You know, gotta switch it up sometimes. Though with stone axes in particular being quite prevalent, causing smashed skulls, broken limbs, and just in
Jeez.
general, a whole lot of trauma. And let's just say, absolutely
But is
no
that a
mercy
broken
was shown
back
to
or is that
victims, as
scoliosis?
men,
Old-timey
women, children,
scoliosis,
and
you
even
know?
newborns were amongst the dead. And something else that was pretty unusual and grotesque about this place was that in the pits of the deceased, researchers wound up finding victims that belonged not to just one group, but multiple. And these groups, in some cases, came from very different places, being from areas up to 310 kilometers or 500 miles away. And so this,
Maybe the
along with
aftermath of
presence
a
the
war,
settlement,
gotta put
led to
bodies
the
somewhere.
horrifying notion that Herxheim wasn't some aftermath
Yeah.
of a battlefield or just a raid on a village, but rather the center of a murderous cult, which rounded up captives from across great distances before then taking them here to be quote-unquote silenced. Or perhaps
Or,
and that alone should be enough to show the dark side of humanity.
I
But the true
mean,
nightmare involves what happened to these people
as someone who loves to
as
yell
the vast
cults,
majority of skeletons
as someone who loves to yell, it's a cult. I feel like we have a lot to get through, like theory-wise, before we jump to murderous cults. You know what I'm saying? Like aftermath of war, someone mentioned. You know, like maybe this was like a like oh yeah, we needed somewhere to put the bodies. We chose here. You know, I think we go through a few things. Like to get hundreds of miles away on foot would take months. Seems like a lot of work. Yeah.
were in abysmal states, being in pieces, charred, shattered, or cleaved, a sign that the killers had meticulously butchered, dismembered, and in some cases, freaking spit roasted these poor people. And all this might have been done for a feast. As the cross of bones, researchers found numerous
not Kronos eating his son.
reflecting
It's
cannibalism
wild.
on a scale never seen before. And some of the bones were even more gnawed than others, suggesting that in this cult, the killers also had their
Okay, again, we're using the word cult a lot. I feel like we're using the word cult a lot here. I don't know if it's necessarily. I feel like we're skip like famine, you know, like this. Do we know? Is there a variety of like how? What is the age of the bones? Of like, can we tell anything forensically about how far apart the bodies died? Like, is this over the course of years? Is this over the course of like one winter? You know, where like maybe this wasn't like a killing ground, and instead it was, hey, everyone came here for resources. They also got trapped by a storm or something. Therefore, cannibalism happened. Versus, we killed them because cannibalism. You know what I'm saying? How do we even know this had to be a cult? There's so many other possibilities. Oh my God, yeah. Are these images Twitch friendly? You know what? Good question. We're going to find out.
body, so to speak.
Who
And
knows?
sadly, we don't really need our imagination to imagine what parts those were, as we're
I should say we have seen images of like radiation poisoning and like radiation burns on bodies on Twitch, and we have not had issues. However, we did get the YouTube stream yoinked off of air because we were watching a castle walkthrough. That did not like vile images of the realities of mishandling radioactive isotopes or, you know, nuclear radiation. No, not that. No, a castle walkthrough. Got the stream yoinked.
quite certain that one of the most prized parts turned out to be the noggin, i.e. the brain, as the majority of skulls were treated in the exact same manner, being that they had been struck along the sagittal line, splitting faces, mandibles, and skull caps, creating
Okay.
symmetrical halves, with a few also clearly having been skinned as well. How lovely. And after eating the
I mean, but there's a lot of cultures globally that do scalping and skinning for purposes other than cannibalism, you know. Again, I don't feel like we need to jump to cannibalism. All right. Do you guys want to keep watching this one, or do you want to pivot? We can finish. I think we have more. How many more of the? I don't know how many more we have in this
flesh
story.
off the heads and extracting the brain
Pivot.
contents for a good source of
Up to
daily
you.
fat. This cult would then take the vault of the skull and transform them into essentially skull cups, from which they would then.
Maybe they made stuff out of hair. They made stuff out of skulls, apparently.
While their killers drank from their literal skulls. Quite a horrifying thought.
Okay, calling everyone killers even, I feel like is not accurate. Maybe switch to another one on this channel. I like this video, but this is kind of feels off. Gotcha. Let's jump around. We did a history video to start out Science Sunday, but I figured we'd find something. Let's see. Let me just search. Give me a science topic. I will allow no, because I don't want to do another radiation video. No one recommend Kyle. We watch too many Kyle videos. Dead, literally. Dinosaur. Oh, dinosaurs. Okay. I low-key want to make you guys watch a video I watched last. Why is it in all caps? You guys can't see it. Okay, that's a 2-hour long video. We're not watching a 2-hour long video. Thank you for the 420 bits. I mean, it's quite possible it's some sort of cults, possible even for back then, but I have one question for, do you date married guys? Non-verbatim, drop it. Thank you for the bits. Hermes, why is it all shorts? Why do they hate me? Okay. Again, why was it all AI? No AI used. Here we go. Let's see. Little Dino School. Oh, none of these are intriguing to me. Okay, you know what we're going to look up? Sorry, guys. I know you guys want dinosaurs, but I need to show you guys my new obsession.
Thank you to Draper and its
Guys,
Hack the Moon initiative for
guys,
supporting PBS.
I am
digital
obsessed. I'm obsessed with the look at these things.
700,000 years ago,
I am
a
obsessed
rough-colored rhino roamed
with the woolly
vast
rhino.
open highlands of Siberia
I am
and
obsessed.
Central Asia. This ginger beast is better known as the woolly rhino, and it made its living foraging in the cold, dry tundra steppes. Siberia in the Pleistocene might sound cold to you, but it suited the woolly rhino just fine. And 700,000 years ago, the world was only a few degrees cooler than it is now.
I love the
which is
woolly
why,
rhino.
At the time,
I think
the
they're
range of the woolly
so
rhinos
cool.
was restricted to the cold wilds of Siberia. But not for long. By about 450,000 years ago, global temperatures had dropped by about 6 degrees Celsius and stayed there for thousands of years.
Thank you for following.
Glaciers crept out of their mountain
Is it 'cause I
ranges
talked about the
and
woolly
down to
rhino?
lower
That's why you
elevations.
followed, huh?
Tundra spread to
Ouch,
other parts
my
of Asia,
Dragon
and
Balls
so did
is
animals that were adapted to the
crazy.
cold, including the woolly
Zoth,
rhino,
thank you for
mammoth,
following as
and the
well.
Saiga antelope. After thousands of years of being confined to Asia, the woolly rhino finally...
Like, you guys know about the woolly
escaped.
mammoth, but what do you
But
know
that
about the
too
woolly
didn't
rhino?
last long.
You know?
400,000 years ago, the climate warmed back up, and the rhino and its tundra were forced back into the highlands. This whole cycle happened again and again, which is why the Ice Age
Thank you for
is more
following that
accurately
witchy
known
mom.
as the Ice Ages. Over the rest of the Pleistocene epoch, the rhino's range continued to grow
Who
and
is
shrink
texting
in
me?
sync with global climate. During warm periods, most of the rhino population retreated to cold places like Siberia, but small populations found themselves stranded in places like the Pyrenees Mountains in Spain and France. And then, about 12,000
Look at
years
them.
ago, they finally went extinct. So
6
what
degrees
caused the
Celsius is
climate and the range
42.8
of the
degrees
woolly
Fahrenheit
rhino
for
to
us
cycle
US
back and
for the
forth
US
between
folks.
such
Gotcha.
extremes? And what caused the woolly rhino after so many years to go extinct? Basically, space. More specifically,
Space.
Earth's position in space.
Sorry,
where
as I'm,
it
like,
is in its
dying
orbit
over here.
around the sun. How far it's tilted over its axis, and what direction is
God.
that axis pointing? These factors and the way they change through time have caused our climate to change.
I love the
a
woolly rhino.
tremendous
I'm
amount
literally
over
obsessed with the woolly
eons.
rhino.
And it's
I have this theory. So basically, for those of you that are just joining us, hi. I developed an obsession with the woolly rhino because I watched Ice Age Ancient Planet Ice Age, okay? On Apple TV Plus, whatever it's called, okay? And so the new season is about the Ice Age, and they show the woolly rhinos. And I was like, what do you mean there were woolly rhinos? What's going on? So now I have this like crackpot theory, but it's also like totally real, and I'm convinced of it, that if while we were growing up, I learned more about the woolly rhinos, then in my lifetime, I would not have seen the white rhinoceroses go extinct. Okay? Because I fully believe that kids becoming obsessed with like the woolly mammoth has helped with conservation efforts for various elephant breeds and genuses, okay? And therefore, if more kids knew and cared about the woolly rhinoceros, they would then care more about, okay, these animals are extinct, okay? But their ancestors, the rhinoceroses, the white rhinoceros, etc., they are here, but they're endangered. We need to save them. Like, I do think that that would lead to more conservation efforts happening and more education happening around conservation for various animals, and we would still have them. I do believe that.
only been within the last century or so that we've begun to figure out that all of these factors
No,
change
the deep,
cycles.
like they do
Those
like a
cycles
full
can
CGI
coincide
show.
or
It's like a
counteract each
nature
other, which
documentary
makes
style,
the
but
history our
of
climate incredibly
like
complex.
ancient
But
animals.
when you put all of the pieces of the climate puzzle in front of you, you can start to understand some chapters of our deep past, like the fate of the woolly rhino.
Eons.
We've known that the ice ages happened for a pretty long time, but what actually caused
Ice
them
ages,
was
'cause there wasn't
largely
one.
unknown until
There was
the
multiple.
early 1900s. The man who solved the mystery
Sharks
was a
and
Serbian
cra-
mathematician and astronomer named Milutin
cetaceans.
Milankovic.
Yes.
So today, these cycles are known as the Milankovitch cycles. Milankovic was obsessed with ice ages, both on our planet and on Mars.
Mood.
And he became convinced that small changes in the angle of sunlight could
Find
be
what gives you
responsible
joy.
for starting and ending those ice ages. He already knew that parts of the Earth that receive more direct sunlight from overhead are warmer, like at the equator, which gets overhead
Loves this
sunlight
channel.
year-round.
Yeah.
And after years of study,
PBS
Milankovic
eons.
concluded that there were three main things that changed the angle of sunlight in the northern and southern hemispheres. The first and most important is axial tilt, also known as
Whales and
obliquity.
dolphins. No, I know.
This is the
It was giving me,
angle
I
at
was
which
having
the
trouble
axis
saying the word
leans either
cetaceans.
to or away from the
Cetaceans.
sun. Milankovic thought that this had the biggest effect
I
on
am
climate
dyslexic.
because it has the most extreme influence on the angle of sunlight. After all, the tilt of the Earth is why we have seasons. Right now, the axis of our planet is tilted at about 20.
See, you know what I do think is interesting? I do think people don't always like value how helpful diagrams like this are, you know, like in kids science and education, we have a lot of these diagrams, and it is very helpful for showing like this is what it actually looks like visualizing a fairly impossible thing for someone to understand of like, yeah, the earth is tilted. Like that's pretty difficult. And then I'm wondering if in adulthood, because we're used to graphs, we're very big on graphs, maybe a pie chart, but like we don't get a lot of like actual physical representations of things like this in adulthood for like actual like pop science, things like that come out. And I think that's also one of the reasons. Did you guys see the bubble chart for the giant bubble of the circular market of AI and all the tech companies feeding into each other, and how helpful that was for people to understand the full scale of how all these companies are just passing billions and millions of dollars back and forth in like fictional money of stock shares? Like, did you guys see that? Bloomberg made it, I think, which is crazy because I know Bloomberg, their owners are invested in AI. But it was very helpful for people to be like, wow, they are just like passing money back and forth, because it was like an actual physical visualization and not just like, here's the data. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about the woolly rhino tunnel. Exactly. I'm telling you. Hi, Kapoor. I agree. Okay, hang on. Let me pull up. Okay, hang on. AI bubble chart. Here it is. Okay, so here's the chart. Is this ideal? No. Thank you for following, Indy. Is this like a perfect example of what I'm talking about? No, but this is a chart that made it much easier for people to understand just how much of a bubble we are in. So all of these different arrows are various things: hardware or software, investments, services, venture capital, and then circle size by market value. So NVIDIA has the biggest market value, so they're the biggest. Then we got Microsoft. OpenAI is at 500 billion, you know. And then here's the different things that they are passing back and forth. But it's all the same money, and it's all stock shares because it's all inflated and artificial. The bubbliest bubble, you know. And then we got Microsoft, who just decided they want in on the party. Thank you for following, you know. So like charts like this are wildly helpful because it's a physical visualization of a bubble-like chart that's full of little bubbles. You know what I'm saying? But I think this is much more helpful than simply saying NVIDIA is giving $300 billion to OpenAI. You know, I think that's much easier for people to visualize because this is a very clear example of like, no, here's what it actually looks like, not on paper, you know. Good night. Oh, it's 2 a.m. for me. Oh, goodness. Okay.
3.5 degrees. So for those of us who are further away
Welcome to Amanda's AI rant. No, I'm kidding.
from the equator, sunlight strikes the surface at a higher angle when our hemisphere is leaning towards the sun, aka summer. And when we're leaning away from the sun, sunlight strikes at a more shallow angle, like in the winter. How
Mm-hmm.
exactly our Earth got knocked over is still a bit of a debate, but one popular theory is that the sunlight strikes the surface at a higher angle when our hemisphere is leaning towards the sun, aka summer. And when we're leaning away from the sun, sunlight strikes at a more shallow angle, like in the winter. How exactly our Earth got knocked over is still a bit of a debate, but one popular theory
Wait, they just wait. I know we're on an axis. I figured it was gravity. Wait, they think. Wait.
Theory is that Earth collided about 4.5 billion years ago with a huge planetary body that went on to form the moon. And that impact sent us spinning like a top. And just like a spinning top, the amount of Earth's tilt changes between.
You guys, are we in a toxic situationship with the moon? Did the moon used to beat us? Chat. And now it just follows us around and like orbits us? Guys. Yes. Yes, the moon was a chunk of Earth and something knocked it out. You think it was a chunk of Earth? Sorry. No, they're saying that it was like a planetary body that hit Earth, and then that planetary body shrunk slightly and then became our moon. But the moon did not come from Earth, is what they are saying may have happened. Oh, for the article? Yeah, I can post it. Hang on. This is a Substack talking about it. Hang on. Let's see. Oh, wait, this might be the actual article. Let's see. Okay, so this is reporting. So this is her article on Substack, and it's based off of, the data that she got from Bloomberg. So that makes more sense. There we go. The moon is a chunk of Earth.
In about 22 and
Oh my goodness, non-verbatim. Thank you for the 360 bits. Thank
24
you.
degrees over the course of about
Play Dredge,
41,000
but something
years.
tells me you're not
Since
playing
a
Dredge anymore.
steeper
Oh,
tilt
sorry.
creates stronger.
I just realized I'm still in the Dredge category. Sorry, we are watching science videos, so we're just chatting again. My bad, sorry. There we go, we're fixed.
Extremes in temperature, Milankovic was pretty sure that once
might hit the
someone
early
figured
Earth,
out
so
the
both
precise
have
timing
a
the
bit
ice
of each
ages,
in them.
They'd show that most major climate changes took place every 41,000 years. But keep in mind, our axis isn't just flipping back and forth, it's also moving in a circle, again like that
It's
spinning
throwing it
top.
back, if
so
you will.
in addition to the angle of its tilt, we also have to consider which direction
I'm so sorry.
our
Throw
axis
that
is
Earth in a
pointing
circle.
at any given point in history. This is known as
I'm so
axial
sorry.
precession
I'm
or
so
just
sorry.
axial wobble. And our axis completes a full circle about every 23,000 years. And this affects
Thanks for the link. You're
climate
welcome.
because it changes where in Earth's orbit each season happens, because the sun isn't in the exact center of Earth's orbit.
I
There are
blame Earth.
periods when we're closer to the sun in our orbit and periods when we're farther away. Right now, based on the direction of Earth's axis, winter occurs in the northern hemisphere when Earth happens to be closest to the sun in its orbit, and summer occurs when it happens to be farther away. But when precession is at the other end of the cycle and our axis is pointing in the opposite direction, winters in the northern hemisphere occur when we're farthest
I
from
like
the
her
sun,
pin.
and summers when we're closest. This creates more extreme seasons than the northern hemisphere has now. Finally, the third part of the Milankovitch cycle is a feature known as eccentricity. This is a change in the shape of Earth's orbit.
Bounce
from
that
being
Earth like a
roughly
basketball
circular
if
to
you
being
don't
ever so
don't
slightly
orbit
more
at all.
eccentric
Yeah.
or oval shaped. And Earth's orbit changes from being more circular to less circular, and then back again over the course of about 100,000 years. But
I'm
rather
a very
than changing
serious
the
streamer.
angle of
Welcome to
sunlight, the main
It's very serious here on Swell Entertainment during Science Sunday. We take our jobs very seriously of educating each other, okay? And trying to fight AI brain rot. All right.
main effect of eccentricity is changing the lengths of the seasons. Think of it this way. A circular orbit creates seasons of equal length.
I'm trying to fix the
But slightly
angle.
less circular orbits
There we
stretches
go.
out some seasons while compressing others. So during periods with a highly eccentric orbit, there may be long summers but also long winters. In the end, his extensive calculations
river,
led
yep.
Milankovic to conclude that changes in the tilt of Earth's axis were the main factor that could cause enough cooling to make ice expand on the planet's surface. As a result, he predicted that the most significant ice ages would have happened every 41,000 years or so, falling in line with the tilt cycle. And he was right, pretty much. If we look deep into the geological record, we can see changes in climate that line up roughly with the cycle of Earth's tilt, about 41,000 years. One such record is from the colorful 25-million-year-old
I want to go to here,
paleosols of
chat.
the John Day Formation in Oregon.
I wanna
There,
go.
scientists have found
I wanna
changes
go.
in carbon and oxygen isotopes in rock layers, showing that rainfall patterns changed every 41,000 years or so.
She's kind of stanced
during
up
the
on
late
us.
Oligocene epoch. During dry periods, this region got about 350 millimeters of rain per year, but in wet periods, that went up to nearly 500 millimeters of rain, an increase of more than 40%. That change in rainfall
Field trip.
transformed the environment from sagebrush to wooded grasslands and back again. And with different environments came different animals. So fossils from the wet periods at John Day contain more large mammals like rhinos.
There's our
while
rhinos.
drier periods feature
Dude,
lots of
does she wanna
tortoises,
fight?
gophers, and rabbits. And scientists can trace this climate cycling pattern back even farther. In the Midland Basin of West Texas, studies of the rock layers have revealed fluctuations in the amount of atmospheric dust during the late Carboniferous period, about 300 million years ago. These changes relate to dry and wet cycles that again match up with the Milankovitch cycles, with changes happening about every 36,000 years. And yes, that's 36,000 years, even though the cycle of the axial tilt is about 41,000 years. That's because, to make things even more complicated, Milankovitch cycles used to be a little faster than they are today. The cycles of precession and axial tilt are set by
Is
the
19 to 20
gravitational
inches?
interaction between the Earth and the Moon. And the Moon has steadily been moving away from Earth ever since it formed 4.5 billion years ago, and Earth's
We're
rotation
pushing them
has
away.
slowed as well. So both of these things
Like
mean
most of
that
my
precession
relationships.
and tilt are slower now than they were in the past.
This is my favorite
So if
actor.
you look deep into the geological record, you'll see that the biggest changes in climate line up pretty well with the cycle of our planet's axial tilt. Which is why when scientists began pulling up ice cores
Earth
from
is me for
Greenland
real.
going back about 400,000
I want
years,
to. I want to go to the ice core vault so badly, chat. They should let me do a video on the ice core vault so that I can go to the ice core vault. That's what should happen. I want to go to the ice core vault so badly.
they expected to find evidence that the biggest swings in climate happened about every 41,000 years or so. But they didn't. Instead, the ice cores showed that while there was an influence of tilt, the biggest ice ages were separated by 100,000 years. This is what some scientists have called the 100,000-year problem. Basically, during the whole Pleistocene epoch, the biggest climate cycles didn't line up with the
Should write them an
axial tilt
email with a
cycle.
long
And
paragraph
it's
on
only
why you
been
should
in
be allowed to go to the
4
ice core
years
vault.
we figured out why. The reason that climate cycles changed from 41,000 years to 100,000 years during the ice ages involved a fourth factor that drives our climate: ice itself. When large amounts of ice form, it makes a huge difference in Earth's climate. It's light in color, so it reflects more sunlight, which can help cool down the planet even further. This phenomenon is called albedo. When the climate becomes cold enough for ice to form quickly,
Name drop your
then the
NASA
albedo
friend.
effect causes the
She
planet
no
to
longer
cool
works
down
at
even
NASA,
more.
and my friend
And the
no
type
longer
of
works
ice that
at
forms the fastest
the Jet
is
Propulsion
sea
Lab.
ice. The Pleistocene epoch wasn't the first
So I have
time
two
Earth
friends
had
at
a lot
NASA,
of sea
technically.
ice, but it was one of the first times when one hemisphere made a lot more sea ice than the other, and that's still going on today. Even though the North Pole is covered in water and the South Pole is land, the Southern Hemisphere actually produces more sea ice than the North. And this is important because, at least since the ice ages, it has thrown off the balance between the poles. The two hemispheres of
Ask
our
them if
planet
they
haven't been
date a
heating up
married
and
man
cooling
11
down at
times.
the
There we
same
go.
rate. Instead, sea ice has been forming faster
That'll
in the
do
Southern
it.
Hemisphere, faster than the hot summers in the Northern Hemisphere can counteract. This means that in annual cumulative terms, southern sea ice has been able to create an overall cooling effect on the planet. Now, what really made the ice ages of the Pleistocene unique was the interaction of sea ice with our planetary cycles. When Earth's orbit has been more elliptical and winter in the southern hemisphere has occurred when Earth was farthest from the sun, sea ice grew quickly and dramatically cooled the planet. And those exact conditions only happened about every 100,000 years, so that's when the peak cold periods happened during the ice ages. So remember when woolly rhinos were finally able to enter Europe 450,000 years ago, when the average global temperature dropped about 6 degrees Celsius?
Look at
Climate
them.
models suggest that this happened because of an eccentric orbit and a precession that aligned just right to make the southern hemisphere's winter happen furthest from the sun. This made sea ice in the southern hemisphere cool more rapidly, which then went on to cool the rest of the planet, which in turn created more ice, which in turn cooled the planet even more. And during these periods of extreme cold, the woolly rhinos were still able to spread into Europe, until the climate abruptly warmed at the end of the Pleistocene. This marked the beginning of our current epoch, the Holocene. It's not clear why this warming period was the last one for the rhinos. Other animals like the saiga and the caribou were able to adapt to the new warmth.
Also, I know you're on a no-buy, but there are two cute...
So Milankovitch cycles can explain most long-term climate variations.
Not you making me look that up.
So Milankovitch cycles can explain
I'm gonna
most
look up woolly rhino
climate
plushies
variations in deep time. But there's also a complicated mix of other factors I haven't even mentioned yet, like the position of the continents, levels of greenhouse gases, and volcanic activity. And what about solar activity? Well, light from the sun has actually gotten stronger over time, but only by about 6% in the last billion years. So
thank you for following me out.
All of these factors make it hard, but not impossible, to predict where we're headed. We do know that about 26,000 years ago, Earth reached its last glacial maximum, the peak of the 100,000-year cycle.
Okay, we got 2 more minutes.
Approximately 74.
And if no one gifts 5 subs, I know at the very least what my next Google search is going, my next search for in YouTube is going to be, okay?
4,000 years, eccentricity, precession, and sea ice should all
I too am
align
afraid
to make
because
it
I get
very
too
cold
hot.
again. But what makes it difficult to predict future temperatures is the fact that humans are producing a lot of greenhouse gases.
We
In
do
the
that.
last 300 years, the carbon dioxide
Humans be
content of the
gassing.
atmosphere has increased by about 45%. And as a result, temperatures have risen steadily for the last century, almost 1 degree Celsius, independent of the Milankovitch
That really is a
The effects of
that's
human activity
2011.
are
That really is
essentially
crazy.
overpowering some of the cooling effects of sea ice. So our climate is
Kuna, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You won the Swell Grand Prix. Kuna, what are you requesting? What topic are you requesting? We're gonna finish this video, but what topic are you requesting?
incredibly complicated, but understanding how it used to behave and how it might behave in the future is important for understanding
It's unique fossils. Okay, do you know what the video, have you seen it before, or do you just want me to find a unique fossil video? I hope
the
there's a
changes
rat
that
in
are
those
happening
fossils.
right now. The more we try to understand, the more likely we can avoid the fate of the woolly rhino.
Eons.
PBS is bringing you the universe with summer.
Okay, this is now then their brand deal after this. Okay, you want unique fossils and there's the video? Yes, I think before there's no rat, but there is a critter. Okay, let me search unique fossils. Okay, is it 15 incredible animal fossils? Is it cool fossils and also one I'm pissed about by Lindsay? Is it these are the coolest fossils from 2024? Has fossils in it? It sounds like it's a video that Kuna has seen before. So I'm trying to see. I want to make sure that she gets the one that she wants first. 10 most amazing fossil discoveries ever made. The rarest of rarest fossils ever discovered. As you can see, I've watched most of this. We've got ranking the most insane dinosaur fossils. 11 million embalmed specimens stored in the Field Museum's basement. Sick. Oh, fossils preserved in amber. Mainly it's the video that has a cuddling fossil. Ah. Okay, is that in the thumbnail? Do you remember? Okay, I'm getting rid of the thumb. I'm getting rid of the shorts because the shorts are messing me up. Hold on. Videos. I've got more in my basement. It's Extinct Zoo? Gotcha. Okay, hang on. Unique fossils. Extinct Zoo. I spelled zoo wrong. Okay. The strangest extinct creatures ever found. The most brutal deaths. The most bizarre creatures ever found in amber. We've got The hidden timer that kills every species. Its most bizarre dead. Gotcha. Most bizarre deaths.
In
This
the
one?
southwest of Ecuador, there's a fossil site called Tenque Loma.
Is this the right one? Yes. I want to make sure. Yes. Okay, cool. I
that
have
holds
seen this one.
One of
Let's-
prehistory's
we shall watch
strangest
again.
mass graves. Within its layers lie the remains of thousands upon thousands of bones belonging to giant ground sloths, massive herbivores that
Have
once
you guys?
roamed
They're
the
so
Americas.
big. We have statues of giant ground sloths at the La Brea Tar Pits here in LA, chat. They are huge. Also, in that show I was talking about, the prehistoric past or whatever it's called, prehistoric ages, they have the hairless ground sloths, like for when the ice ages like defrosted a little bit and they actually had like a lot of like wetlands, and they look like hairless mole rats, but gigantic. It's sick.
But what makes this site particularly bizarre isn't just the sheer number of dead
A measle weasel, we are having Science Sunday. Of course, we are still streaming.
animals, or even the fact they all died around the same time. It's rather how they died. Because,
Look at them.
as paleontologists would eventually discover, these giants met their end in perhaps the most undignified way.
Is that a
imaginable,
human?
And also,
We
one of
ruin
the most
everything.
bizarre. And we'll get to that
Not
shortly. But what's important
leeches.
to note right now is that this is just one of the many strange deaths throughout Earth's history. And while I do consider myself a bit of a connoisseur in fossilized deaths, having looked at plenty of grim, brutal, and downright unfair victims of life that have been frozen in time thanks to fossilization, what I found myself wondering as of late is what about the less brutal deaths, and the more so, straight up weird, random, and strange ones. Those that make you wonder how does
Would
something
need
like that
like
even happen? And
a
after
car
researching for a bit,
transport.
I think I found
Oh, that not this art. The other art that I saw. Oh God, the elephant like art. Okay, did you guys see the video of the elephant that accidentally managed to get its trunk stuck on its one of its tusks, and it couldn't. It just like was like that for 3 days, and it couldn't eat or drink because it was totally stuck. And luckily, people were able to come and help take it off its trunk, but it like pierced its trunk. It looks so pain. Like I didn't like the blood that was down its tusk from its. Oh, it was so upsetting. I felt so bad.
some that represent just
Apparently,
about the
it's
most
like
bizarre deaths
so rare for that
imaginable.
to happen.
And this time we're going to start with a bang, as this first fossil, or fossils, are pretty out there, and it all begins in Ecuador like I mentioned. Here in the Tenque Loma fossil site, you'll find the remains of thousands and thousands of bones that in life had belonged to giant ground sloths, and more specifically, their Remotherium.
See, look at how silly they look when they're hairless. Look how silly they look when they're hairless. They look crazy.
That was an absolute unit, putting all modern sloths
Was
to
an
shame and coming in at
Was an absolute unit.
around 4.5 tons and measuring about 6 meters or 20 feet long, while standing about 3 times the height of a human.
Look at these.
Overall, making it much more comparable to elephants than its modern relatives. And this extended to its skeleton, which was absurdly robust and dense. And so clearly, this would have been a tough cookie. And yet, within Tenque Loma, researchers discovered nearly 24 of these fallen giants
Dang.
that not only had been killed by something, but were done so at around the exact same time, with the team dating the group's demise to be between 18,000 and 23,000 years ago. And at first, it seemed quite obvious what had killed them. It's like the La Brea tar pits in the US, this site had a bunch of asphalt, suggesting that the sloths had been quickly buried in sticky death goo, aka tar, that seeped through the marshland area that they were living in. However, what was strange was that the tar only covered a portion of their bodies, not the entirety, whereas in La Brea, most bones are fully submerged. And therefore, this idea that tar had ended them was thrown out the window. And frankly,
mean, I don't
compared
know.
to what's to come,
I mean, if you get trapped and you're stuck, like you can't eat or drink, you can tar can still be the cause of death, essentially, even if it is like starvation and dehydration. My goodness, like that is still a thing that can happen.
tar would have been the more tame mode of death, as when they kept digging down, they found something a bit weird. An entire layer that surrounded the sloths, which was composed of varying ground plants that were both chewed and digested.
Oh,
More plainly put, this was a complete layer of feces that was large enough to cover a group which combined
no, I'm not gonna make the joke. Sorry, there was a joke that popped into my head. I'm not gonna say it, actually. I don't want the smoke. I don't want to deal with it.
would have weighed over 80 tons. So we're talking about an Ian Malcolm level of number 2 here. And you'd think this new find would lead to confusion, but for the team, it wasn't
the
confusing
leeches
at all.
are crazy.
Rather, it was the smoking gun that they'd been looking for, as it led to the hypothesis that these giants' deaths had come from their own hands, or rather stomachs. As originally, they would have fed on plants.
Thank you,
in the area
non-verbatim, for the 100
before,
bits.
depositing their leftovers in the pit, which back then was a shallow pool. But slowly over time, these bathroom breaks accumulated, eventually transforming the pool into a toxic waste bucket of despair, where bacteria, parasites, and everything in between
I
ran
mean,
rampant,
if you also
ultimately
can't
giving the
eat,
sloths some nasty ailments as they carelessly wallowed and drank the contaminated water, with the pathogens eventually proving too much. Now, this idea may seem like a stretch, but actually, this hypothesis stemmed from a real-life incident where in the 1970s, a herd of 140 hippos in Tanzania were observed taking
hippos scare the hell out of me, low-key. Like their friend shape, they are not friends. Do not fuck around with a hippo. If you are on like a path, move. Thank you for following Giga. If you're ever on a safari and they're like, get to the truck immediately, and you're near hippos, listen, okay? Hippos will kill you. Hippos will fuck you up. They're so. If you think they're like big and slow, these things don't swim. Okay, they run on like the bottom of the water. On the like they'll like go down and like push and like they'll keep go. It's so crazy. It's insane. Horrifying.
refuge in a shallow pool during a drought, which within a short period, large amounts of waste transformed that little refuge into their doom. In just a few weeks, the herd ended up losing over 100 members to disease or poisoning. And actually, the soil around the ground sloth's final resting place suggests they ended up in this predicament the exact same way, with a drought forcing them to shelter into an area
They move
with
so
clean water,
fast.
which is usually good news, but in this case, the cramped space unknowingly doomed the sloths to a fairly unfun and messy end. No pun intended. Yet, not all bizarre deaths have to be unfun. Just ask frogs. Or more specifically, the 45-million-year-old ones that were found within a mass grave in the Geiseltal region of Germany.
Frogs.
As of now, we are not too sure what kind of species they were, but we do think they belong to the Pelobatidae family, which lives even today. And in total, hundreds of fossilized frogs were individually identified inside of this graveyard, which back at the time would have been an expansive swamp and a haven for amphibians, which thus begs the question of why did it seemingly kill so many of them? And for a long time, researchers had no clue, and for decades it was actually considered an unsolvable mystery, seeing that all the frogs were seemingly perfectly healthy at the time of death, having no sign of disease, old age, predation, or even scavenging. And so, the only thing paleontologists could go off of was their positioning and numbers, which is obviously not a lot. At first, only one possibility was thought plausible, being that their home had rapidly dried up. Yet if this was the case, they could have easily made for another, given the formation's abundance of swamps, and thus this idea was crossed out. However, a few years ago, after observing living frogs, paleontologists
Dying from your own
believed
toxic
they finally
shit.
cracked
Fumes
the
is crazy
code
work.
to this unsolved dilemma, with the answer essentially being that these frogs got a little too freaky. More specifically, they noticed that among certain extant frogs and toads, that a large source of mortality was mating, as across intense and short breeding seasons, many would
Welcome to Swell Entertainment's PSA of abstinence. No.
often be overcome by exhaustion after or during the deed, and thus leading to them drowning, especially the females who in some groups are often pushed under the water by the dudes. They also realized these guys
To be a woman is to be in prison. Okay.
the tall frogs likely spent their lives on land, only returning to the swamp to mate, and therefore weren't the best swimmers to begin with, making these fatal freak-offs just that much more common and deadly.
Not
But
fatal
mass amphibian
freak-offs.
die-offs aren't just a
Extinct
fossil era at
zoo.
work, as even
No.
right now, frogs across the world are teetering on the brink of extinction. But unlike our long-gone frisky friends, these frogs can still be helped, which is why I'm excited to be partnering with my friends at Planet Wild again. And in case you missed my last shout-out, Planet Wild is basically crowdfunding for conservation. They choose
That's
a new
fun.
partner every month.
Okay, normally I skip through brand deals and such, but this is cool.
Aimed at protecting animals,
Wait, that's so
forests, and oceans,
fun.
backed by a community of around 13,000 members whose contributions are used to support
Planet
these conservation
Wild?
projects.
I'm
And
writing
the best
this down.
part is that the community gets to see how the contributions are used in monthly videos here on YouTube. So they're 100% transparent
Wait,
about
I
where
like
the funds
that.
go. And the projects happen all over the world, For example, they teamed up with a research group in Ecuador to find, breed, and release some endangered frog species before they go extinct for good. Which is a very important mission, because in case you didn't know, frogs are being wiped out by a fast-spreading fungal pandemic called chytrid. And in Ecuador alone, over 170 species
All my
have
homies
been
hate
completely
chytrid.
dropped off the map. And guess what? The mission worked, as they were even able to find a male frog from a species that was thought to be
Fatal
extinct for
freak off.
decades. And it was only rediscovered
I'm
in
assuming this is
2012.
not an
And so this is
actual
the kind of stuff
brand
that
deal.
honestly you'd expect to be reading about in some scientific
Oh, wait, maybe it
journal
is. Yeah,
after it
first month
happened.
free. Yeah,
But
this
thanks
might
to
be an
Planet
actual.
Wild, you can
I
look-
don't get cool sponsors like this. I mean, like, I like my sponsors, but like Planet Wild, that's a fun
can
sponsor.
help fund these projects and see the impact they're having in less than 30 days. And I personally have been a member for quite a while, and I think it's a great way for individuals to get involved in conservation. So if you want to protect Mother Nature, I highly recommend signing up. You can give whatever amount, big or small, as every dollar counts. And I will also cover the first month for the first 100 people that sign up. And if after you don't feel like supporting them anymore, well, you can cancel at any time. So if you want to help save the planet, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. And if you do join, let me know which mission you're most hyped about in the comments. I'd love to hear it. And now, back to the video.
Back to the video.
Now, with all this said, even though they were having fun, drowning is still not the best way to go. But perhaps the only silver lining to it is that it's not as
Swear to God.
exceedingly drawn out compared to the death of many other animals, of which includes another prehistoric one.
Look at
the
these
seriously
birdies!
misfortunate pterosaur, who died in such a rare way that we don't know of any other fossil that represents the same thing. And the pterosaur in question was a
Oh,
Ludodactylus,
yes.
a fairly large early Cretaceous pterosaur.
I think I've
from
seen this
Brazil.
one.
That's a bit interesting in general because it looks almost exactly like what the kid's toy for a pteranodon has become. And another interesting thing about it is the holotype fossil, with the reason being quite evident. Now, it shouldn't take a paleontology degree to tell that something is wrong here, but the specifics are a bit more nuanced. That block you see that has seemingly become a part of the Ludodactylus's jaw is a yucca leaf.
I really like how Extinct Zoo does this because this, I'm going to back it up for a second. This is a very helpful example so you can easily see the outline of it, that grid pattern. That's a very good editing tactic for exhibiting these fossils.
But the specifics are a bit more nuanced. That block you see that has seemingly become a part of the Ludodactylus's jaw is a yucca leaf, of all things, which
I mean,
can
which are
actually
my
still be
puns,
found in
poop, and
various
fun.
countries today. But this begs the question,
Yucca.
how does a leaf end up becoming a
There's
part
a
of
lot
a
of
pterosaur's
yucca
body?
in Joshua Tree
Well,
area.
one might think it was trying to eat it.
I need to
and
go
then,
back
like
to
a
Joshua
sharp
Tree. I haven't been to
Dorito,
Joshua
took
Tree
it
in a
straight
while.
to the mouth. Yet, look at those teeth. This guy was obviously no vegetarian. Instead, the paleontologists who discovered this pterosaur reckon that while flying at high speeds, this poor sucker flew straight into a yucca plant. And you know this is terrible news if you've ever encountered this plant before. But for those who haven't, let's just say its leaves aren't nicknamed Adam's needle
Yep.
or the Spanish bayonet for nothing.
Yeah, they'll
And
get
actually,
you good.
some studies have even linked them to an increase in gardening injuries, something that Ludodactylus definitely
Okay,
learned
good.
on that fateful day, and the leaf ended up being impaled upon its lower jaw. And this obviously must have been exquisitely painful, and sadly, just the start of its ordeal, as over the next following days, the crippled pterosaur would have slowly withered and died, unable to eat or drink with its disfigured mouth, especially as the wound festered and became infected. And no doubt it tried to dislodge the green spear, yet its efforts proved fruitless.
Can they
and ended up
see the
dying from
rot?
this injury.
Can they see the rot and infection in the fossil, though? Or are they just assuming that that's what's happened? Most likely. Just because, like, I know logically you can assume, thank you for following rabbits. I know logically you can assume that there was definitely, like, festering and infection. However, I don't know. I like to believe that dinosaurs had cool, like, better, fighting of infection. We don't truly know, how they actually could, do they function like most animals and would get an infection from that, or had they developed different not immunity, but you get my point, like different, like, are we just basing their healing abilities off of that of a human and that of most animals? You know what I'm saying?
And like I said, since its discovery, no other fossil due to
This is a very serious show. We're very serious. Okay? We're very serious.
death from a leaf is known of, and maybe that isn't too unexpected. However,
I think
as
it
it
tells
turns
due
out,
to the earlier
plants and
death of bone
trees as a
tissue.
whole are much more bloodthirsty than you might have expected, And we are aware of other cases where they viciously ended an
Thank you
animal.
for following,
And
Octavia.
included in this very exclusive club was
Turtles!
a Cretaceous turtle, of all things. One that had been skewered by a
Oh,
tree.
yeah. This one I have seen.
Not exactly a normal combo. Surprisingly, though, this find was really just one part of a larger discovery. As
NASA.
it came from the Tanis fossil site in North Dakota, which is about the only known formation that has preserved animals directly killed by the dinosaur-ending asteroid. And I think that fits the bill for this video perfectly, seeing that actually being ended by an asteroid is pretty rare, bizarre, and at least based off of the fossils, painful. And to drive this point home, you should know that besides the impaled turtle, other notable deaths included a variety of fish, both salt and freshwater based, that were found mangled together miles inland and had gills stuffed full of molten debris. In other words, they had essentially died inhaling lava.
Oh.
And then on top of that, ant nests were found chock full of asteroid debris, a Thescelosaurus was mummified by ejecta, and many groups of non-avian dinosaurs were found smashed to pieces by violent waves.
Damn.
Sadly though, this is just a few of the many fossils.
Non-avian dinosaurs found smashed to pieces because of violent waves. Dang. My God.
That are probably there, as the site is private, and thus a lot of the found fossils have remained hidden from the public.
How dare
so who
you.
knows what else is out there?
You should
But
let
that
me. You
being
should
said,
let. I won't tell
another
anyone. You
interesting
should let
detail
me
about
in.
deaths in these parts is that the victims were often preserved in 3 dimensions, whereas normally fossils are pressed flat. And this
Oh.
is thought to be a result of the violent waves that clumped many of the victims together, turning them basically into canned sardines. And what's really crazy about all of this is that this formation isn't exactly close to ground zero, being located about 3,000 kilometers or 1,900 miles away from the impact site. So
Can I-
think Cairo to Paris approximately.
Can I go to the impact site? like, can I go there? Can I go to there?
And so, even when being this far, life in the area still endured massive earthquakes, sage waves as tall as 300 feet or 100
Jeez.
meters, a powerful atmospheric blast, and a hail of microtectites, i.e., gravel-sized bodies of natural glass that are formed during meteorite impacts.
God.
So this is all to say, this was a very bad day, and one that was ultimately out of the victim's control, which is similar to a situation seen with a very unfortunate rhino,
Look
who
at the
experienced its
rhinos!
own rare and brutal death. But to observe it, we first have to travel to the Turkish region of Cappadocia, a unique place known for its surreal, almost otherworldly landscape,
Bless you,
which
thank you.
features a plethora of strange formations.
So all can be trusted at the
And
impact
its
site.
construction
Yes.
wasn't the result of visiting aliens, but instead massive volcanic eruptions of 3 ancient volcanoes, which took place millions of years ago, spewing lava all across the lands, and forming its rugged landscape, which has in turn yielded some interesting finds. The most interesting of which, in my opinion at least, was unearthed in 2012, when scientists located a lone Ceratotherium, which is actually the very same genus to which white rhinos belong to. However, this specimen was no creature still on this earth, instead being an extinct species of the genus, who while being a bit smaller than its living counterpart, was by no means a small fry, having weighed over 2 tons in life.
Mood.
So a real chunkster. And yet, despite its
At least you know he's a person, like, and not an AI. You know, like. So he was a real chunkster. Oh God.
robustness and size, it had been seemingly obliterated, as if it was a bug. The team of paleontologists only found the specimen's head, which was actually remarkably well preserved, but riddled with odd features, including a rough and corrugated surface, while the inside of all of its teeth were exceptionally brittle and corroded.
Wait,
which all
that's
pointed to the fact that this
crazy.
rhino was fried, dehydrated, and baked to a crisp all in one. In fact, it was baked so severely that they could only really think of one possibility, given the area, which was that this super unlucky rhino had been caught in a Vesuvius-like eruption that fully
Damn.
engulfed it in a surge of lava exceeding 750 degrees Fahrenheit or 400 degrees Celsius. And so obviously, the pain must have been unimaginable. Yet fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you view it seems that this Ceratotherium didn't have to endure the lava for long, as soon after it was bomb blasted by a pyroclastic flow. In other words, a fast-moving hot avalanche
Hermes.
of gas, ash, and volcanic rock, which combined with the lava ended up completely dismembering the entire rhino's body, and explaining why, despite being found in pristine condition, only the skull was found. And crazy enough, it turns out that prehistoric rhinos in general had a knack for becoming lavafied, as we do know of another case, This time coming from
Like they were
America,
wanting to
where a
become
similar
lava-fied.
situation took place, but
Armies
just
is
with
barking.
one slightly stranger twist. You see, in Washington State, a peculiar cave was discovered about 100 years ago. that
The
held a very
arrows to the
strange shape,
cave.
being shallow and then possessing what seemed to be 2 prongs on the top and a protrusion to the left side. And after investigating it for a while, researchers realized that
Rhino
this odd
cave.
shape wasn't a coincidence, but rather the result of a mold that formed around an actual animal, a rhino. In this case, likely a Diceritherium, a late Oligocene to Miocene North American genus. Now, it is quite hard to believe that a fossil can be a cave and vice versa, but remnant bones nearby belonging to this beast support the idea, along of course with the aspect that the cave was perfectly shaped like a deceased upside-down rhino. And what's really interesting is that it being upside down was actually a key aspect to figuring out what happened, as this is often what we see in deceased, somewhat large animals that are bloated and floating on water, which is pretty specific. Yet it's this specificity that gave paleontologists their likely story on what occurred to this poor rhino.
Oh
The
my
presumption
goodness.
is that one day, while wallowing in a water source, the rhino was rudely interrupted by a volcanic eruption
I've sat in that
sent lava
mold.
flowing straight towards it.
Shows this
But
day
at the
to
same
become
time, the
lava-fied,
lava
I
wasn't
think.
exactly super fast. And it
They used
likely
to have it
died
at a
from the
museum
indirect
near
heat and
me.
gases before the lava
I have
even
multiple
touched
pictures
it,
of me sitting
which
in
is
it
inarguably
as a
even more
child.
painful and drawn-out demise. But anyways, now dead, the ancient rhino would have started bloating and floating on top of the water, giving it the classic upside-down pose. And then, when the lava finally reached the water, and thus
Yeah.
the body, it enveloped the rhino in a hot tomb, while the water outside quickly cooled the lava down, forming a natural mold, which was then buried. And then over millions of years, erosion from wind essentially cut the mold in two, exposing it to the world and completing its formation into a full-fledged cave.
Damn.
And so, this obviously sucks for the rhino, but I, for one, after learning about this specimen, have become a bit hopeful
at them.
that one day we might discover a dinosaur cave as well. But something tells me the odds of that aren't exactly great. And unfortunately, the odds aren't great either when it comes to figuring out another case of exceedingly rare prehistoric deaths. Ones that this time involve a creature not far from home, so to speak, the Australopithecus. And no,
Australopithecus.
I'm not talking about the specimen Lucy, who likely experienced her own unlucky demise, having fallen from a tree, but rather I am talking about AL333, a vast collection of bones and teeth that have become known as the First Family. Located in the Afar Triangle of Ethiopia, this find was dated all the way back to 3.2 million years ago and contained the remains of possibly over 17 different Australopithecus specimens, who differed in ages, but all came from apparently the same family. And you cannot even begin to imagine just how rare it is to find a group of early hominins that died in the exact same spot and at the exact same time, leading to, unsurprisingly,
Or
mass
because they
interest in the
remodeled the entire
discovery,
museum.
and making it by
Damn.
default one of the rarest fossilized deaths we know of. But it's not just what they've found that makes this site rare, but also the nature around their deaths. Because though we aren't sure what exactly happened, the likeliest possibilities are both rare and unusual. Originally, the hypothesis was that the deaths were because of a flash flood, which is actually quite
Bestie
common as far as mass
Australopithecus.
deaths go. Yet tests on the sediments around the area largely discredit this idea, and therefore a new idea was put forth, one that hypothesized a much more grim and unique possibility, which was that this site was the location of a one-of-a-kind massacre, one that was carried out not by other hominins, but literal man-eaters. The question is, though, which one?
Which
And
one?
given the sheer amount of hominins that died, we're pretty confident it had to be a pack hunter, leading to giant ancient hyenas being a prime suspect. But the problem with that idea is that they are vicious bone munchers who happen to leave very little in evidence behind. And thus, the focus was shifted to other potential suspects, chiefly large felines, who are known to both hunt in packs and to surplus kill, meaning that they hunt for more food than they can actually eat. And this further checks out when you realize that these guys avoid bones when they can, but will often still get a calcium boost here and there through the odd bone slipping down their throats. And these odd bones are typically bones from the fingers or toes, which coincidentally were missing in mass in AL333, leading to the assumption that if predators were the killers, that it truly was felines, with the prime suspects thought to be saber-toothed cats, such as the Homotherium, Meganterion, or Dinofelis. Of course, though,
The little
not everyone
tails.
is on board with this hypothesis, with questions remaining on just how a predator, or even predators, would have killed over a dozen Australopithecus in one go. Especially when we consider the fact
Teamwork?
that we aren't sure if these saber-toothed cats in particular
The power of
lived in packs
friendship? I
or
don't
not.
know.
And that's why we also have the second, less bloody, but in some ways equally messy hypothesis, which is that this family just had some really bad dinner, eating something that caused food poisoning so severe that within a short window, they were all dead. And while it's not unheard of for food poisoning to kill large amounts of animals in a short time, some researchers do find it a stretch considering their vegetarian diets, and the fact they all pretty much died in the exact same spot. And so alas, in the end, this strange case remains shrouded in mystery. And it is not the only one, as there is an additional bizarre case that was for a while a complete mystery too, involving fossils that consisted not of one.
Sorry, I thought you were saying
separate
someone
animals,
gifted 5 subs
the
and I
Jurassic
wasn't
fish
looking.
Tharsis and its contemporary.
Okay, after this video is done, I'm gonna do a bathroom break. Okay. If someone would like to suggest one, I kind of want to see what's gonna pop up, chat, if I search mad scientist into the YouTube search. I want to see what comes up. You know what I'm saying?
Belemnites, a kind of cephalopod. And they, starting a few years back, began to show up together within the same fossil.
But yes,
in a
if you
rather
get
unique
5 subs,
pose
you get to choose
that
the
looked just
topic.
like this. And if you've been following, you might notice similarity to the pterosaur leaf incident. So it might be clear what's going on here. But if you need a hint, what you're looking at is 2 animals fused together, not shoulder to shoulder, with that belemnite being inside of that fish. And it's not just this fossil, because the really strange part here is that multiple fossils almost identical to this one have been found, leading to the understandable confusion and questions of what the heck was going on during the Jurassic. I mean, the Jurassic is already known for being crazy, but to find multiple specimens of animals impaled within one another is still a slightly far out there story, and one without many leads. But the obvious first
Shay,
step to
thank you for
figuring
the
out what
5
happened
gifted
is to identify
subs.
which one was impaling the other.
What
But
topic
even
would
that
you
proved hard,
like?
because the belemnite, for one, would almost certainly never try to take on a fish that size. And while they did have hard internal shells that could technically pierce things at high speeds, their kind wasn't exactly known to utilize them for ramming. And meanwhile, the fish,
Got
the
all the
Tharsis,
fish.
was larger in size, but was a known microcarnivore, feasting on decaying soft tissue or
Microcarnivore?
overgrowth, and thus definitely not hunting down squids half their length. And so, unsurprisingly, some detective work was needed to get to the bottom of this.
Not the
And literally
emoji.
only a few weeks ago, a breakthrough was actually made, after
Ooh.
paleontologists realized something peculiar with all of the involved cephalopods, which was that they
Is
had
it
a bunch of
alerting for
bivalves
every
growing
single...
on
Can
them,
you guys hear
a
that?
sign that perhaps they had been dead all along, even prior to the impalement.
Oh.
Which in turn led to the hypothesis that the belemnites, deceased
No? Okay,
and full
good.
of little animals, had started to
It's alert. It's doing the alert for every single gifted sub for some reson this time. It does this like half the time. Oh, it's because I haven't muted. That's why.
float
I see.
towards the surface,
I can hear it, but you
a
guys
result
can't.
of
That's
their
fine.
internal shells filling with gas. And once at the surface, researchers believe they became deceitful, fatal traps.
Could
for
you
the
look up
Tharsis,
Big Tree on
as it
YouTube?
had a
She's an
tendency to suck
archaeology
on
nerd, but
floating
mad
objects.
scientist should absolutely
Now,
be done. Okay.
normally size difference
I'll do
between
Fig Tree
fish
next.
and objects, or an object
Once we're
shape
finishing,
would-
as soon as I do my bathroom break, because I do need one. So we'll do a little intermission while I use the bathroom and maybe get some more goldfish, frankly. And I think, do I need more water? Yeah, I need more water. So we'll do a little intermission and then I will look up Fig Tree.
prevent catastrophe. But in this specific scenario, the unusual size of the fish and the highly aerodynamic design of the belemnites made for a surprisingly common predicament wherein the cephalopod's rostrum would slip straight through the Tharsis's mouth and into their gills. Not a pretty sight. And once in, the fish was unable to dislodge the makeshift spear and would slowly suffocate until death finally befell them. So there
makes
you have
sense.
it. A collection of some of the most bizarre deaths
Alrighty.
preserved in the
Okay, we're gonna do a quick little intermission so I can use the bathroom and stock up on supplies, and we will be back. Okay, everyone, if you guys need to take a break, we'll be gone for a little bit, so take your time. I have returned and are... I have returned... oh, God. I have returned and our producer has returned for more. Hi. Okay, so I am looking up fig tree on YouTube. Like the account fig tree?
Welcome home. I've never asked.
Oh, I see. Archaeology in the afterlife. Okay. She's an archaeology nerd. Do you have a video request, Shay, or is it any video? Did we lose Shay? We may have lost Shay. Yippee! These are also longer videos. I like this one maybe. This one's 14 minutes. This is doable. The archaeological site that shouldn't exist. The real Ark of the Covenant. Ooh, ancient trophies and tattoos. Was Herodotus right about the Scythians, the use of human skin in ancient Eurasia? Yeah, don't go something that is an hour long if you aren't feeling it. Sorry, I ran to get my breakfast. No, you're totally good, Shay. I just want to make sure you didn't have like a specific video in mind that you wanted to watch. Are you cool if we do the archaeological site that shouldn't exist? This one right here. Whoops, sorry. This one. How Gubelitepi. I do not think I'm saying that right. Yes? Okay, perfect. Let's do it. Okay, Diva.
New location, new apartment, new place. Same old they're going back quite far. 12,000 years to be exact. Human life on Earth.
Can you guys hear okay?
Was very simple. Early humans lived in small, mobile groups.
Her audio is just a touch low.
Their social structures were relatively.
I need to strike your
simple,
fancy,
revolving around the
yay.
basic needs of hunting, foraging, reproducing. It wasn't until the Neolithic Revolution, which began 10,000 years ago, that humans began to transform from a more nomadic lifestyle into a sedentary one. They switched their hunting and gathering.
There's something about this setup that I want to show to like everyone that comes to me. And it's like, I need to make a set before I can film. And it's like, no, you need a light on your face and you need a way to record. Like she's backlit. She's got a microphone over. Look at this. She's got a mic. She's got a remote over here. She's got cables everywhere. She's got books. She's got I think a bottle of alcohol right here. She's got a tote bag on the table and a candle. And there's a TV running in the background. And there's a stool in front of a chaise lounge couch. Okay. This is perfect. She wanted to make a video, so she's making a video. Fantastic. Who cares about everything else? A tad louder for y'all? Okay. Her audio's a little low, so I think that might be it.
To settled agriculture and farming.
I'm sorry, I literally just clocked the absolute fake tattoo that she literally has. Thank you so much for the prime Mikey! Mikey won the Swell Grand Prix with a prime boost. I know Mikey. Hi, Mikey. Welcome in.
So what, pray tell, is this?
We're talking about history and
Hi,
science.
friends. I hope you're sitting pretty, because today we're going to be talking about the archaeological discovery which shifted our entire view on the development of human civilization. This
All right.
is Göbekli Tepe, an extraordinary archaeological...
Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe. Oh, I can go to there? Yes! I love when I can go to dig sites.
site located in southeastern Turkey. It's
Let's
incredible
go.
for not only the millennia that it's existed,
Turkey
dating
trip, let's
back
go.
to around 12,000 years ago, but more so what it means to the archaeological record.
You
and
got
how
my
it has
attention at
completely
booze.
reframed and reconstructed our entire idea of what brought humans to this level in our evolution. It challenged everything we had known about the development of human civilization. I'm taking you back. It's 1963. British singer-songwriter and record producer Seal is born. It's 31 years before his hauntingly beautiful ballad Kiss from a Rose will hit the ears of the public. An archaeologist from the University of Chicago and Istanbul University conduct a survey.
Everyone's got jokes today. A YouTuber a couple years ago did a whole trip to go to that site with fans. Sick. Was it Trova Trip? I'm going to be honest with y'all. I had the chance to do a Trova Trip thing last year. and it gave me such bad anxiety because I'm convinced that some of my audience wants to like axe murder me that I canceled doing it.
Survey of potential archaeological sites in southeastern Turkey. They find this. A burial mound, or maybe like a part of a medieval graveyard.
With an archaeology
Either way,
trip,
very
gotcha.
Underwhelming, not what they were looking for. And they left. Empty-handed. Not to think
How
about
dare
the sore
they?
excuse for an expedition for many, many years. Flash forward 31 years. It's 1994. Seal's soulful, evocative, major hit Kiss from a Rose is changing the lives of people all around the globe. And German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt decided to re-examine that.
Oh, look at that.
archaeological
Is that a
site described by
tiger?
Chicago
What would you call
researchers in
that?
1963. What he found might not have been the most earth-shattering thing to be released to the public that year. But it was a close second. Let's talk about society. One of the most significant and highly regrettable
I'm also kind of obsessed with how she like, I'm sorry, I'm like analyzing everyone's content today. Extinct Zoo gets away with it because Extinct Zoo doesn't show himself. But Fig Tree here is moving in such a way as they talk that is fascinating. Like they're what's the word? Like there's a physicality to the way that they talk that is very interesting. Because she is sitting. You know what I'm saying?
events in the catalogue of human history was the Neolithic or agricultural revolution. Out of all the lithics that we have, Neo is the newest, and it begins at around 10,000
You don't
BC.
say.
It's given this date because this is when we believe that there was a critical transition which resulted in the birth of agriculture. Agriculture being crops, plants, domesticated animals, farming. Many Homo sapiens at this time went from living in small hunter-gatherer groups to living in bigger farming villages, and from there to technologically sophisticated societies with great temples and towers and kings.
Was
and
that an animal in the
buildings
background?
and societal constructs. To now, and we have all of this. It wouldn't happen on my watch, I'll tell you that much for free. The Neolithic revolution in the Near East started in ancient Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates River. This is like a really important place for the history of civilization.
With an axe is crazy, I hear you, but that's what y'all would need to take me down. I'm crazy.
And culture and human society. Just remember it, okay?
Hi,
Most
Bubba's.
archaeologists
Are you my
believe
cat?
that this somewhat sudden
Are you my
emergence
cat?
at civilization at this time was mostly driven by environmental changes. If we place this at around 10,000 years ago, the Earth is gradually warming due to the end of the last glacial maximum. This would have allowed for people to more easily begin cultivating plants and herding animals. I have my own theories about why sedentary culture began to emerge in human societies, which, funnily enough, I've already talked about. If you're enjoying this so much that you want to watch another 12 minutes of it. Now, with agriculture providing quite a reliable food supply, people were able to establish permanent settlements, leading to the growth of villages and then eventually cities. All this agricultural innovation is often attributed as the primary...
Oh, I like the
for
sighting in the
complexity
corner.
of
I didn't even see that because my water's in the way.
And only after
Wait, I
humans
love that.
settled did they even start to develop complex ritual and organized
I
religion.
love that.
Göbekli Tepe, a megalithic Stone Age mountain sanctuary dating back to almost 12,000 years. 2,000 years before humans even supposedly begun to construct sedentary settlements. How the fuck? Situated in the southeastern Anatolia region of Turkey, Göbekli Tepe is a settlement of large
Göbekli
circular
Tepe.
structures
I'm
made
gonna
up
keep
of
saying it,
T-shaped
so
limestone
I get it.
megaliths, some of which measuring taller than 5 meters. Don't ask me what that is in feet, you can Google it like the rest of us. What's beautiful is most of these pillars are actually decorated with anthropomorphic designs and motifs, as well as like sculptural
No, I
works
love
of
those.
wild animals. Now, before this,
I love the
discovery,
animal sculptures.
kind of generally assumed that humans settled into a more sedentary culture, then began to domesticate animals and cultivate food, which in turn led to
See, this is one of those things. Sorry, I know I keep pausing and talking about YouTube, but you can tell, like, she's not just she's not just talking about this because so she can make a video on it. Like, she actually is interested in this topic that she is talking about, which is coming across in her delivery and why it's so, like, breezy and flowy and fun. Even though she's talking about, you know, history and archaeology. You know what I'm saying? Which, like, for a lot of people is, like, kind of a boring topic for a lot of people. Not for me, but for a lot of people. But, like, her delivery is very, like, fun, as if she's talking about literally any other topic on YouTube, you know? And that's one of those things that I always tell people. It's like, well, what do you like talking about? That's what you should make content on. Because you can clearly see the passion as she's delivering this. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this is a good example. It's like, well, I like artichokes. Okay, then make passionate videos about artichokes. You know, like, talk about whatever you want, but make sure it's something that you actually like talking about. Like, most of it is very new and out of my knowledge space, but she makes it so exciting. Exactly.
society and its typical constructs.
Hi,
Göbekli
I love
Tepe
you.
Predates the Neolithic Revolution.
You want another
indicating that
goldfish?
hunter-gatherer communities were very capable of constructing monumental
Arby should
architecture
put my
and
whole
asterisks
finger in
engaging
his mouth.
ritualistic practices. The asterisks assigned to that sentence is perhaps. They were capable of building these immense megalithic structures, but chose to continue a semi-hunter-gatherer, semi-sedentary lifestyle. And they would frequent sites like Göbekli Tepe periodically. Now, this potentially suggests that the desire for spiritual expression, which we'll get into what Göbekli Tepe was and the purposes that it served, but a lot when it was first found was believed to be a ritualistic site. And so the desire for ritualistic expression, and even more so communal identity, may have actually been a driving force towards the move to sedentary culture rather than the other way around. The coordinated effort to build something of this scale necessitated settlement. It did not follow it. This rewrites our entire known history about what drove humans towards society. The architectural features of Göbekli Tepe.
I know I keep pausing, I'm so sorry. But are there any games where you can like, okay, so we just played Dredge. Obviously, we're like, we can ignore the main story and just go fishing if we really wanted to, you know? But like, you're stuck on the boat. You can't really go, you can explore the water, but you can't explore land. Are there games where you can just like explore an archaeology dig site, you know? Like you can just go and like explore that, you know? Like, are there games like that? Because that would be sick.
Do demonstrate quite a high level of social organization and cooperation amongst prehistoric people. This is an insanely huge undertaking to undertake, and the construction of the massive T-shaped pillars and intricate carvings required significant resources, planning.
I love
and
these
labor,
carvings.
which suggests quite a complex social structure where individuals were able to come together for a common purpose and create something like this, pushing back our assumed knowledge
The
of
cat.
social hierarchy and social organization by thousands of years. Thoughts and prayers going out to those who believe the aliens built the pyramids. What would they think knowing that this
The cat like
predates those
jumping around because of the cuts
by
is
like
so
7,000
funny.
years? Never underestimate the power that a hill has on humans.
I'm sure there
You
is,
see a
but
hill
water-based
and they're
stuff
like,
scares me so much
build
to
on that
really
and
look
live.
into it.
Was it
No, Sparkly, it doesn't need to be water-based. Like, she's showing images of like what Göbekli Tepe would look like at the time. And it's like, so imagine, I'm picturing like a game where it's like, say it's like you are called in as an investigator to figure out why everyone working on this archaeological dig site is missing, you know? And it like, they were uncovering like Pompeii, like a city that they have uncovered. That's what this all of these researchers are gone. You are brought in to figure out what happened to them, but you get to explore the dig site. You know what I'm saying? Like all on land.
saying? So what is Göbekli Tepe? The 15-meter high tell, which is like an artificial hill, is covered with ancient
Göbekli
domestic
Tepe.
structures and
I'm
other
gonna
small
get it.
buildings, quarries and stone-cut cisterns. Okay, let's break it down. The site consists of a number of structures, which have been grouped into A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, for simplicity's sake. They're all built in this circular fashion, and they all contain limestone pillars, many of which are carved with very elaborate animal figure reliefs. Some of the pillars, which is really cool, have an anthropomorphic type structure to them. They appear to have arms and hands, human arms and hands, like this one here, which is potentially clearly
Are they
in the
built like
shape of a
that?
human. The pillar is carved into the shape of a human. God knows what that means, but pretty cool, hey? Anyway, this is Pillar 43. It's located in Enclosure D, and it's one of the most well-known for its seemingly narrative-focused motifs. The whole like western-facing side of this pillar is covered by a variety.
Dude, is that a scorpion? Guys, that's me. This is me. I'm a Scorpio. That's a scorpion, I think. That's me. That's definitely a scorpion. That is definitely depicting a scorpion, because that's the pincher. You know, like the stinger. So you can see what my hand is doing, you know.
Variety of motifs. This big vulture with its left wing lifted and the right wing kind of pointing out in front of it. It looks like this right wing is pointing towards this disc or circle shape, and to the right of this vulture is another bird, maybe an ibis, also could be younger vulture. So if we think about this like realistic.
Pause while I click this link. I'm so sorry. Whisper of the House. You're recommending Whisper of the House? Story and mystery if you choose to. Okay. I I will try it. Very different than what I was talking about, though.
Realistically is what these people
Tell
are
your
seeing.
sibling
Maybe
thank
it's
you,
like a
Sparkly.
Mother vulture kind of wrapping a wing over in protection to a younger vulture. The sphere could be an egg that the young bird has hatched from. If we want to take a more symbolic look at it, this circular shape could be a depiction of the sun or the moon. And
Probably.
this vulture creature could have some kind of connection to a celestial landscape. I'd like to make it very clear that we don't know the culture that created this place. We don't know the meaning behind these reliefs, but we can choose to see them from a very literal point of view or a more symbolic point of view. To the right of the pillar, above this little scene we get with the two vultures, there are two of these H-shaped symbols, and some more wild birds are depicted. There's also a huge scorpion and the head and neck of another bird. To the right of this bird's neck, there's an interesting motif.
It's the closest
which is
we've
not
played
completely
to a
preserved,
just
but it
vibing,
has
but
been
something is
interpreted
happening out there
as a
game.
headless
LOL,
man.
fair.
That's interesting. Not that necessarily, but the fact that he doesn't have a head. It has been argued, I'm telling you what's been argued, I'm not arguing it, but it's been argued, that the reliefs on this pillar could relate to aspects of an...
Okay. I get it's speculation that the circle could be relating to the moon or the sun, which makes sense in a lot of depictions of ancient hieroglyphs, carvings, art, etc., cave paintings. Circles are often depicting the sky or the crescent, things like that, to depict the sun, if not as a religious figure or like a deity of some sort, just like an active, yes, this is daytime, However, the way that it is holding the sun, the ball, I would like to posit that it's representing play, and this is actually like a ball. I know they don't have balls, not necessarily like that at this time, depending on what they are showing, depending on advancements. But maybe it was like an actual thing for play. Who knows?
early Neolithic death cult. Now, there's a lot of contention in assigning ritualistic purposes to things that we don't know if there's any kind of religious or ritualistic. It could just be, but there's a lot of information about this, and so I will share some with you now. There's been quite a lot written on this idea of various skull cults, which explore the potentially ritualistic practices involving human skulls during the Mesolithic and Neolithic. The Mesolithic is the lithic.
Batman Arkham?
In this area, and in a lot of areas of Europe more broadly, around this time period, there's been evidence for practices like decapitation and sculpting, defleshing.
Thank you for the 100
and
bits,
burial
non-verbatim.
of human heads. An example I will give you, Lepenski Vir in Serbia, grave site called Grave 7, in which a human cranium was deposited, along with an oryx skull and a red deer skull with its antlers. It's very clear that the human cranium was purposefully placed at the shoulder of an extended skeleton, suggesting a potential significance to placing it in this way, and with these other skulls. In other cases at the same site, human skulls were found placed near stone-lined hearths with stone slabs set up to mimic the shape of a mandible and a jaw at a hearth, so at like a fireplace where you would have cooked food. The mandibles from the skulls found in these locations are also missing. So, even though we have no concrete idea of what this could mean, it was certainly done
cannibalism,
for purposefully arrayed
stuff, sacrifice.
So potentially there's some symbolism
things
here for feeding or the blessing of food. The research surrounding this discusses the idea that the skulls may have been used to appease ancestors, to bless food. That's a little bit of a stretch in my opinion with the ancestors thing. But it's clear that there's something about food involved in the positioning of these burial sites. This treatment of these skulls could signify an array
Big
of
rock,
things.
true.
Territorial claims, displays of power. They could have just done this because they thought it looked cool, but there's a lot of information regarding this Neolithic skull cult and why they did so many things to these decapitated skulls. So I would encourage further reading, but we're kind of getting off track. With that context, some have posited that this circular motif here in this pillar could be a decapitated head, if we're tying it back to the skull cults. Which would contribute to the idea of Göbekli Tepe being...
connecting it to the body that had its penis out but didn't have a head. That's also, I like that interpretation. That's different. There's no head shape to it. It's just a ball. But maybe they were like, that's a little dark. We don't want a skull. We'll just draw a man without a head and then something that kind of looks like a head.
Being this ritual place or sanctuary. Although it's probably likely that this site didn't have a very clear distinction between more domestic activities and ritual activities. There's likely less secularization than there is today in our society between somewhere you went to pray and to perform rituals and somewhere where you just lived your day-to-day life. It's likely that these were kind of more intermixed than they are to us. The lack of trash pits and hearths is as well as a lack of other signals for domestic life.
That's very
Seems
much
to
me.
suggest that Göbekli Tepe was most likely not a permanent settlement, but likely one that was built as a combined effort from hunter-gatherer groups who would periodically return there, or at least live there for part of the year and survive off of cultivated cereals and plants, and then still maintain their hunter-gatherer lifestyles for the rest of the time. This site predates the invention of writing, as far as the archaeological record is concerned, by 6,000 years. So it's really a shame that there's no way for us to communicate with the past. We don't have any of their own accounts of why this place was built and what it was used for. What strikes me as most likely is that this was built as a sacred place where hunter-gatherer groups could travel to from across ancient Mesopotamia as a place to feast and rest and maybe partake in ritual. But it was somewhere that would always be there, an oasis in the middle of this vast landscape, a safe place for multiple different groups who all came together to build it in an effort of social cohesion. Is that church again? Wait, can you hear it? Wherever I go, I'm always near a church. Maybe I should look deep within myself and ask myself why that is. When it was first sort of being brought into the public, Göbekli Tepe was described as the world's oldest temple and the world's oldest sanctuary site. And that's a little bit contentious because we really just don't know what its purpose was, but it's just such an incredible feat of human achievement that 2,000 years before humans were even supposed to be able to begin settling into civilizations and creating small villages, we have this entire megalithic site, which was if this exists, what else exists? What I will say is that Göbekli Tepe was built sort of around the time that the last ice age was coming to
Mass
an end,
the
which
Grace,
caused
you won the
huge
Swell
climatic
Grand
changes for the whole world.
Prix.
Really
Thank you for
totally
subscribing.
and generally an increase in
Thank
global
you.
temperature. We all know what that means. Rising sea levels. Yeah. Right after the construction of Göbekli Tepe, sea levels began to rise a lot. It's actually a little bit of a catastrophic rise event due to the weather warming. So if there were other structures like Göbekli Tepe built around this time, in the couple thousand years that followed, there were massive rise in sea levels. It's certainly possible that a lot of similar structures could be lost somewhere under the sea. That's why we gotta get more marine archaeologists on this shit. Come on, guys, get down there. But honestly, a lot of these monumental sites like Göbekli Tepe.
This is why I need more money, chat, so I can fund research digs. That's all I'm saying.
They're likely quite lost to us because of the fact the Earth has changed so much since they were created. Hopefully one day we have more information about the people who built this place and the reasons for doing it. But what we do know now is that when Klaus Schmidt decided to excavate Göbekli Tepe, he found something that restructured our entire idea of what human civilization is and what humans were capable of many thousands of years ago. It's a pretty cool site. Thanks so much for tuning in. I don't know how to dismiss you guys. Goodbye. Bye.
That was fun. I like that. Big tree. Okay, we're gonna do Mad Scientist. I just want to see what shows up. Okay, Mad Scientist Barbecue. Deconstructing the Mad Scientist trope, which is a video essay. The Mad Scientist inside Auschwitz, which I feel like will be really dark and upsetting. Thank you for the 100 bits, non-verbatim. Yeesh. Noted. Let's see. Einstein the Mad Scientist. Let's just try Mad Science, maybe. Kids Mad Science Laboratory. Mad Science Halloween Experiment. Okay, this is a Mad Science group. All right, nothing crazy. Nothing good. Why is Ben Solo shown? I don't know, bro. Oh, here, let me... Okay. Another one. This might be dark, but... Science accidents. Senior calls high school science experiment after a chemical flash fire. Okay, hang on, I just want to see this.
science experiment backfires, sending students to the hospital.
The class was combining.
This has happened so often. I think my science building, like, I'm fairly certain that one of the reasons my school was able to get funding for our science building, like our whole new science building, was because there was so many various like biology like class or chemistry class, not biology, chemistry class, like accidents of like surprise fires that they didn't want it like attaching the other like school buildings. Spicy screwdriver while I open the demon. You gave me the old spicy screwdriver while I'm opening the demon core. Why did you give me your old pal the spicy screwdriver? I don't know.
Boric acid and ethyl alcohol when a flash fire erupted.
We need to bring back Mad Scientist, frankly. I think I need a new Mad Scientist movie. Like, I want, like, a Mad Scientist TV show movie. Like, I feel like there's so much, like, horror. Like, I mean, we have Victor Frankenstein, obviously. But, like, I think we need a new Mad Scientist resurgence. We've got Victor Frankenstein. We've got, you know, most of the movies that have come out lately, it feels like, with various, like, uh-oh, science fucked up, you know. Like, I feel like we need to do more with that.
10 tonight, News Channel 5's Brandon Marshall spoke to one teen who was in the hallway when panicked
For
students
science.
ran out.
5 students were rushed here after this science experiment went horribly wrong. But the school administration and one student we spoke to say the science department has done this experiment in the past, and what happened this morning was
Most
merely
science
an
departments
accident.
do.
It was the second to last day for senior
Also, this is
Sophia's
from
sister.
7 years ago,
She was
Chad.
setting up an art display in the hallway when the unthinkable happened.
That's when students started coming downstairs into the nurse's office, and they were crying and shaking and
Aw.
kind of freaking out a little bit. And some of them had soot on them, and
Soot.
they were really red. They had red spots on their faces and arms and that sort of thing.
She later heard about a chemical accident which caused a Merrill Hyde Magnet High School science teacher and 11 students to be rushed to the hospital.
11?
Several with second-degree burns.
A couple of them had open blisters on their legs already. I mean, I think they were just really panicked from what had happened.
She says teachers escorted those exposed to the nurse's office until emergency crews arrived.
They were clinging on to the teachers, really, and they were crying and they were terrified.
When you have chemicals and you're in a science lab situation, you know, it doesn't happen often, but there's always a chance that it could happen.
Hey,
Although
there, you
people on
gotta,
social-
bro, you gotta smile less. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You gotta rein that in. I am judging you now. You've got children with second degree burns. You got students with second degree burns. You gotta rein that smile in, bro.
Media are blaming the teacher for this accident. Sisler says they should not.
That is not true. And he looked them all in the eye while he was actively burning and holding his burn spot and saying, "It's gonna be okay. You're going to be okay." And he got them all out of the room unbelievably fast.
She hopes all
Were
the
you in
students
the
and
room?
teacher fully recover. A day
Was she
too
in the
won't
room?
Forget heading into summer.
Okay. I hear you. I hear this girl. It doesn't sound like she was actually in the room. It sounds like maybe she was out in the hall. And also they're like, that is not true. You're going to be okay. Like, I mean, if there was mishandling of chemicals, the responsibility is on the teacher in that instance within the classroom, you know? So like, you know, it may not be right, but like that wouldn't unfortunately be where the blame would go, because you have the teacher that's supposed to be the expert on this experiment in some capacity in their classroom. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's go back. Common school laboratory experiments. Worst nuclear death accidents in history. From Kurgzerks.
Nuclear energy creates an uneasy
Wow, that's
feeling
so
of danger
loud.
for many people. Ancient and dangerous minerals are concentrated to awaken seemingly unnatural powers, creating horribly toxic elements that, if they escape, can and have killed people in horrible ways.
Kurgzerks.
How many people has nuclear energy killed, and how?
Okay, zombie. Nope.
Nuclear energy has been a thing since 1951, and since then, there have been around 30 reported accidents globally. most of them were pretty minor compared to the two disasters everybody is familiar with, Fukushima and Chernobyl.
I've seen videos from them
Chernobyl
before.
is undoubtedly the worst nuclear accident in history for a number of reasons. The reactor technology was old and ill-prepared for emergencies, and the government response was slow and more concerned about image than damage control. Still, only 31 people died directly in the accident. But what makes nuclear energy scary is not reactors blowing up, but
Only
the
31
radiation
people
they
died.
release. So the real question is, how many deaths through cancer and other diseases will Chernobyl cause? Here,
Apparently, the tomb that is over Chernobyl, if for those who don't remember, I believe it was 2022 or 24 when Russia hit it. Does anyone remember? And put a hole in the Iron Dome. Does anyone remember? In the sarcophagus. Apparently, there is radiation leaking out that they have measured recently. So not fun. Bad.
here things get really complicated because you dip right into controversy, and just discussing the different estimates and how they were calculated deserves a video of its own. The most pessimistic estimate comes from a study commissioned by the European Green Party and projects up to 60,000 premature deaths by the year 2065. Most scientific studies come up with numbers much lower than this. The
Down both
WHO
sides.
has estimated
Jeez.
that in total,
That's
the long-term
crazy.
death toll will be around 4,000. While the UN Scientific Committee on the Effects of Atomic Radiation concluded that even this figure could be too high. For more details on this, check our research document. The second big nuclear accident was Fukushima Daiichi in 2011.
Fukushima
Fukushima
Daiichi.
did not only operate with much better technology.
It is crazy to
but
me.
with less
In my
dangerous
brain,
the
it doesn't
first
feel
place.
like it was that
Much
recent.
better security measures were in place, and the official response was fast and decisive. And so the current death toll is only 573.
Only.
The major difference here is that these deaths were not a consequence of radiation. They were indirect deaths from the stress of the evacuation of the areas around the reactors and occurred almost entirely in older populations. Estimates of the possible long-term deaths from radiation vary widely, from none at all to about 1,000. In terms of the other long-term consequences, an increase in thyroid cancer in children has been observed, but according to the WHO, this is related to the increased screening rates. By 2018, there had been only one confirmed death among workers as a result of radiation-induced lung cancer.
All right.
Now, let's compare this to renewable energy. Solar, wind, and
There may have been another
geothermal
one.
energy basically only cause deaths as a result
Was it
of
2025?
construction and maintenance accidents. Unfortunately, their current share of global energy
Damn.
is pretty low. The major player in renewable energy is hydropower, which mostly means building dams and letting water flow through turbines from a higher elevation to a lower elevation. In total, hydro has been the most fatal in terms of accidents, with hundreds of thousands of deaths in the last half-century. One accident clearly stands out, the 1975 Bankao hydroelectric dam failure in China, which has striking similarities to...
Hermes. Babas, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, Bubs? Hermes, come on.
to Chernobyl. Old technology, poor
Hermes.
design, and poor management by authoritarian governments concerned about appearances. In a nutshell, a massive typhoon triggered intense flooding that destroyed the dam and, subsequently, a number of smaller dams in a chain reaction, unleashing a flood of over 15 billion cubic
I'm
meters of
ignoring
water
Hermes.
in total.
Goblin. Come here, Bubs. Drunk goldfish? Hermes. Let's see if he comes. Bubba's, come here. Goldfish, come here. Lay down. I love you. Lay down, Bubba's.
Total. Kilometer-wide waves as high as
Lay down.
buildings
I
have
love you.
devastated thousands of square kilometers of countryside and countless communities. All in all, the death toll from just this one accident and its
That's
direct
insane.
consequences is estimated to lie between 85,000 to 240,000.
That's crazy.
But all of these deaths caused
Not
by
even a second
nuclear
later,
and
Goblin,
renewable
listen.
energy are actually negligible in comparison to the real killer
I'm
energy
so
source,
sorry, Maze.
Fossil fuel, the most widely used source of energy and electricity. When we burn fossil fuels to heat up water and make turbines spin, or to cause mini explosions to move cars with internal combustion engines, gases like ozone, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen dioxide are released into the atmosphere. Breathing in these gases disrupts lung function, which aggravates chronic conditions like asthma and bronchitis, and causes a wide range of respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. But even more dangerous is the fine particle pollution burning fossil fuels causes. A mixture of solid and liquid droplets of poisonous substances as small as 2.5 microns in diameter. They easily find their way deep into your lungs and increase the risk of deadly diseases like lung cancer, stroke, and heart disease. Fossil fuel-related air pollution is the #1 cause of environmental
My cat is a wimp, will be fine. Gotcha.
According to the WHO, it accounts for 29% of all cases of lung cancer, 17% of deaths from acute lower respiratory infection, 24% from stroke, 25% from ischemic heart disease, and 43% from chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. All in all,
It really is crazy to
outside
see like the
air pollution
rise of
adds up to the
pulmonary
deaths of
disease.
4 million people each year. What makes air pollution especially problematic and sinister is the
Problematic.
fact that the damage it causes happens very gradually, which makes it hard for our brains that didn't evolve with subtle dangers in mind to realize the scope of the problem. Collectively, air pollution from fossil fuels is estimated to have killed around 100 million people in the past 50 years. But wait, is that really fair? Fossil fuels also provide over 80% of global energy, so it makes sense that they cause the most deaths. So let's compare deaths per energy unit. Deaths per energy unit produced. A few studies have compared the death rates from different energy sources per 1 terawatt.
The giant battery.
That's about the annual energy consumption of 27,000 EU citizens, or 12,600 US citizens. To produce that much energy for 1 year, coal causes 25 deaths, oil causes 18, and natural gas 3. Renewable energy causes 1 death every few decades. And nuclear, in the worst case, nuclear energy would cause 1 death every 14 years. One study even found that nuclear energy actually saved 2 million lives between 1971 and 2009 by displacing fossil fuels from the global energy mix. The numbers are clear. Even when using wildly pessimistic numbers, nuclear energy is among the safest forms of energy generation, and at a time when we're struggling to slow down rapid climate change, it's a really valuable low-carbon option. However, all these facts still leave one major argument that is fielded against nuclear power. Opponents of nuclear energy argue that nuclear waste and its lack of long-term storage solutions is an unacceptable problem and risk, while proponents of nuclear energy say that until renewable energies are able to cover the complete energy demands of mankind, it's arguably safer to store nuclear waste for the time being than to inhale poisonous gases and promote rapid climate change. But a detailed discussion about nuclear waste would go too far here. More about it in our sources. Let us know if you'd like a whole video about it. So looking at the comparative death rates, it's a bit concerning that some countries are replacing nuclear energy with fossil fuels, mostly coal. Especially Germany and Japan have been the most active in dismantling their nuclear fleet. In a ploy to appease the public, the German government shut down 11 of its 17 nuclear facilities and plans to close the remaining reactors in 2022. The immediate gap in energy production
This is from
was
4
filled
years
by
ago.
temporarily increasing coal production, the energy source with the largest health impacts and the worst consequences for climate change. A 2019 analysis concluded that as a consequence, the nuclear phase-out has led to 1,100 avoidable deaths per year in Germany due to the increased air pollution in the years after 2010. So, in conclusion, nuclear energy feels way more dangerous than it actually is. No matter how you look at it, the one thing we should strive to get rid of as quickly as possible are fossil fuels to prevent the deaths they cause each year and to slow down climate change. Regardless of how much you personally care about climate change issues or which energy source you
It is based on vibes and how long till I decide I want to actually make myself real dinner food, or Hermes wants a walk. 4 hours is usually, we usually cap out max at 5 hours typically. Unless it's a race weekend, then we do maybe 8 hours. It depends. So it is very much vibes based.
Favor saving millions of lives.
Sometimes I'm live for an
should be
hour,
something
you know,
we
never
can all
know.
agree on.
Alrighty. Okay, let's go back. Let's see. Nuclear death. Advancements that were complete accidents. Show more. Oh, we've seen some of these. Total idiots at work caught on camera. Let's see. How dangerous are magnetic items near an MRI machine? It's from 15 years ago. Let's see it. This is definitely made an iMovie. I know that font. Takes an immediate dislike to a stapler, disintegrating it.
Whoa!
I didn't disintegrate it. Your head here?
So
It did disintegrate it.
Right now, just at that part of the magnet is close to 300, 280.
Yeah, pretty good. Let's see what we can get.
Okay.
Oh, they have a magnet on the end to measure its pole? That's crazy.
No. 400 now.
And it's going to attach itself to the board.
Any second, you can just start dropping in. Gravity will just do enough.
There it goes.
There. Oh, it's a wrench.
And now, it is giving us a reading of 500 pounds.
And Final Destination flashback, yeah. If you think that wrench exerted some force, check out this chair. See, this is the mad scientist shit I want. This is the vibes I want. Hey, you know what'd be sick? Let's try this. That's the type of, that's how it starts. That's how it starts. And then the next thing you know, you're making new blood. You know, who knows? Who knows? This is how it starts. Is there no audio? Did they cut the audio? It exerting the force. Oh my god, is it gonna levitate? I like the ramp that they made here.
50, 560.
There it is.
Ooh. We are at 700.
Medicines.
Yeah. 700 pounds.
Oh, it's about
oh. And we have jumped to 1300.
1300 is crazy.
The most magnetic stuff is right here, still on top of the chair.
Whoa.
So we're just about to hit the sweet spot. Keep going.
Oh.
There we go.
What do we got now? No, look at it, 1700 pounds.
We are at 1700.
That's
Which
crazy.
is far more than this thing.
You just relax a bit now?
Yeah.
Okay, so there it goes. Oh.
Now it's up to
1800.
1800.
It's past 2000.
no.
2,000 pounds of force. About the same as a small car. That's why we don't have magnetic chairs on wheels in the MRI. Haha. Okay, let's see. Human body versus implosion. Yeah, I'm not gonna look that up. Let's see. The worst science experiment death ever. They do in that MRI. Might as well be magic. I'm gonna search videos and see what comes up just because it's giving me a lot of shorts. Okay. Inside the lab that keeps your car from killing you. Chernobyl, worst accident ever. The lab accident at Jefferson High. Do you guys want to see a science safety video from school? You guys want more Demon Core stuff. Fine, let's watch another Demon Core video. You guys love
Welcome
Demon
back,
Core.
science friends. Today I'd like to talk to you about the infamous
Oh,
Demon Core.
bro's got the shirt, math and science. He's got the okay. For the record, because a lot of people ask me when you're a YouTuber, can I write off the items that I wear in a video? If you do a haul, can you write those off? The answer is no. You cannot write off haul content. You can't write off things that you wear in a video. Something like this, though, which is a uniform, you can write that off. That's a logo. He's only wearing that when he's working. Therefore, you can write that off. Uniform costs you can write off. This sweater, I can't write it off unless I did like a full video reviewing this sweater and I wasn't wearing it outside of the content.
Claimed the lives of 2 scientists in the 1940s, and along the way we're going to learn about nuclear fission and how chain reactions in nuclear physics works.
Yay!
In the mid-20th century, the Manhattan Project was in full swing as scientists raced to harness the power of the atom to create the world's first nuclear weapons. One of the key components of these weapons was the plutonium core, a sphere of highly enriched plutonium that would serve as the heart of the bomb. One such core, known as the Demon Core, would go on to play a significant role in the development of these weapons, as well as the tragic accidents
Oppenheimer High.
2 scientists.
We all struggle to learn
Before we
taxes.
dive into the story of the Demon Core, let's take a moment.
I'm very
to
familiar with the
understand
tax
why
man.
These cores are so important and what their role is in the chain reaction of a nuclear reaction. These plutonium cores are at the center of nuclear weapons, and their design is critical to the success of the bomb. Also, understanding these basic ideas will teach us how nuclear reactors work to produce nuclear energy. Now, the core is made of
The tax
highly
man is my
enriched
sleep
form
paralysis
of
demon.
plutonium, an unstable element that undergoes nuclear fission when it reaches critical mass. When a core is compressed by a carefully timed explosion, it reaches this critical mass and releases a massive amount of energy, the power of the atomic bomb. Now, just for a second, I want you to picture a nucleus of an atom. You know that there are protons, which are positively charged. And you also know that there are neutrons in the nucleus, which have no charge. Now, think about it. The positive protons want to repel each other. So if the nucleus wants to repel, then why does the nucleus stay together at all? Why doesn't it just explode if everything wants to push apart from electric repulsion? Well, that's because there's an even stronger force in the nucleus of every atom, and it's called, cleverly, the strong nuclear force. It's much, much stronger than the electric repulsion, so it can hold the nucleus together, but it only acts over extremely small distances, only inside the nucleus. And the strong nuclear force emanates from, or is generated from, the quarks, which are in the protons, and also in the neutrons. So one way to make a nucleus more stable as you add protons to it is to also add more neutrons to the nucleus, because neutrons don't have any electric repulsion, but they do make this strong nuclear force. So would you just pile in extra neutrons in the nucleus, and the nucleus becomes more stable. But there's a problem. If you add too many neutrons to the nucleus, thinning out the number of protons that are there, it does give more strong nuclear force, but because it's over such a small distance, the nucleus gets to become unstable as we add more neutrons and make the nucleus larger. So when you get to these really large radioactive elements like plutonium, the reason that these large nuclei, such as uranium and plutonium, are unstable is because they have so many protons and so many neutrons in the center that the strong nuclear force, even as strong as it is having a hard time containing and holding it together. And if you keep adding neutrons to the nucleus, then what's happening is you're making the nucleus physically larger, and that strong nuclear force can't contain it, and so occasionally a neutron escapes from the nucleus, and we call that radiation. Now, these neutrons that escape, that is what is involved in the chain reaction of atomic bombs and also in the chain reaction of a nuclear reactor. So when you study atomic physics, you'll find out that every element on the periodic table has neutrons and protons. And if you have too few neutrons, the nucleus becomes unstable. But if you have too many neutrons, the nucleus also becomes unstable. So when you hear terms like the isotope of plutonium or the isotope of uranium, that's because these different elements have different number of neutrons, and they all have different stabilities. So let's start with the basics. An atomic bomb is a weapon that derives its destructive power from the rapid release of energy during a nuclear reaction.
Boom.
There are two types of atomic bombs. One is a fission bomb, where the nucleus splits apart because it's decaying, That's what we're talking about today. And the other type of reaction is called fusion, which is what happens in the sun, and it's a much cleaner form of power. We're also trying to work on developing fusion reactors.
Merchant
but
uniforms.
So far, the research is not quite there yet.
The McLaren merchant uniform.
Now, in nuclear fission, which is what we're talking about today, the process of splitting a large atomic nucleus releases an incredible amount of energy in the process. This process is initiated when a neutron strikes the nucleus of a fissile material, such as uranium-235 or plutonium-239. And that's what I'm talking about. The numbers after the element refer to kind of the weight of the element there. It's called the isotope. And so the more neutrons you have, the more unstable or the more radioactive it is. And when you have a neutron slam into one of these unstable isotopes, it can trigger another neutron to be released. But then that neutron can go on and slam into other isotopes nearby and cause more neutrons to be released. So it's literally a chain reaction of almost like dominoes falling, one neutron triggering thousands and millions and trillions of additional neutrons to be released. And then
he is not making up random words.
All these isotopes decays, and that's what an atomic explosion is. Now, on a side note, a peaceful nuclear reactor to generate electricity, a similar thing is happening, but we don't, in that case, want a runaway reaction like a bomb. We want a controlled release of energy to generate electricity. So when a nucleus absorbs a neutron, it becomes unstable and it splits into two smaller nuclei, releasing more neutrons and more energy to propagate the chain reaction. Now let's talk about this chain reaction itself. A chain reaction occurs when the neutrons
he has not said Chungster, he has not.
Go on to cause further fission events, creating a self-sustaining chain reaction. For a chain reaction,
making things that are not for puppies in a short period of time. I am so sorry, great heck yeah. We will think of your puppy in this time.
To be sustained, the neutrons must be slowed down to increase the probability of triggering further neutrons to be released. So you literally want neutrons being released, triggering more and more and more neutrons to be released in the radioactive material. Now we have to talk about something called supercriticality. Supercriticality is the state where the rate of the reaction
criticality
increases
events.
over time. Think about it this way. If one neutron comes out and is only able to trigger one additional neutron on one additional isotope, then we say we're right at the critical state. One neutron triggers one additional neutron to come out, right? That's like the break-even point. But if that one neutron could then trigger two additional neutrons to be released from a neighboring event, then that's what we call supercritical. And supercriticality is the state when the runaway chain reaction happens, where one neutron can trigger more than one neutron to be released in a chain reaction. So in a nuclear bomb, the material has to be brought into a supercritical state to achieve an explosion. Now this is typically done by using a neutron source to initiate the chain reaction and a carefully designed explosive assembly to compress the material, making its density higher and causing the chain reaction to happen. Basically what's going on is...
No, we paused. We got two endings. We got the one where we kill everyone and we bring the Titan after getting our wife back. Crazy. We followed the lighthouse keeper's direction and we threw the book back and then we got eaten by a sea creature. And I'm convinced there's another one. So we are now finishing out the rest of the pursuits that we didn't finish to hopefully try and figure out what we need to do.
Is you have the plutonium core in a non-supercritical state, right? But when you want to detonate the bomb, what you do is you put conventional explosives surrounding the sphere and they detonate, they compress the nuclear material, putting all the atoms momentarily closer together. When you bring all of them closer together, then these neutrons days later from acute radiation critical and emit a burst of neutron radiation.
I skipped around.
Now, we don't typically see neutrons, right? But in a radioactive event like that, when a burst of neutrons is released, it's like trillions of microscopic bullets literally flying through your body. And they're not going to be stopped by skin, and they're not going to be stopped by bone. Radiation like that in the form of neutrons literally tears microscopic holes in your body and disrupts the DNA going on as well. And so that is what's actually making you sick, and that's why people die from radiation sickness. Now, Daglahan quickly moved the brick off of the core, but he had already received a fatal dose of radiation. He died 25 days later from acute radiation poisoning. Now, the second accident happened on May 21st, 1946.
It really is crazy that it has a body cap, a body count so close together.
He had a screwdriver in his hand, and the screwdriver slipped, which caused the core to go critical and released another burst of neutron radiation. So he quickly...
That is the good ending. There is a third, but it's a variant of one of the earlier endings. Oh. The good ending is we die? That's the good ending? I'm getting the tablets and I'm trying to open up all of I'm trying to get the ocean to hum for me. We're figuring that out. That's next.
Twisted his wrist, flipping the top reflector to the floor.
That's
and tried
crazy.
to shield other people who were in the room from as much of the radiation as he could. However, he received a lethal dose of radiation and died 9 days later again from acute radiation poisoning. Now, these two accidents, while they were tragic, they provide valuable insights into the danger of working with nuclear fissile materials and the importance of safety protocols. Things like what were happening in the 19...
Hey guys, after this, do you want to watch 30 Signs You're Masking Autism? And we see if I might be on the spectrum. Do we want to see if I have autism?
1940s would never be allowed today. You would never be allowed to have a subcritical core that was able to go critical right on the desktop with a brick or a screwdriver. That just would not happen today. It's too dangerous. Now, after these incidents...
Yeah, the amount of, like, cowboy science, like, forget, like, mad scientists, where, like, they were just, like, let's see what can happen. But, like, I think this is cowboy science more than it's mad science. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, yeah, you truly are not thinking about how dangerous this could be. Whereas a mad scientist is like, I know how dangerous this is. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm writing down cowboy science because that's good. And I know it's a phrase that people have used before. But...
the core, which was originally referred to as Rufus, was then kind of colloquially...
They called the core Rufus. Have we heard that before? I don't think I've ever heard them call it Rufus before. They referred to the demon core as Rufus, and then they were like, that's not enough when we need to call it the demon core.
Renamed to the demon core because it had caused so many problems. Hands-on criticality.
See, problems, i.e. death. Not muting.
And TV cameras were developed and implemented to perform the experiments from a safe distance. Now, the demon core was intended for use in the Operation Crossroads nuclear test, but after these criticality accidents, time was needed for its...
Rufus renamed demon core. Hermes renamed son of Satan. You know, like...
radioactivity to decrease and for it to be re-evaluated for the effects of the fission products it held. Now, eventually, the core was actually melted down in the summer of 1946, and the material was recycled for other cores and other experiments. The story of the demon core serves as a powerful reminder of the incredible power of the atom and the importance of safety in scientific research. It's a tale of scientific curiosity and tragedy, and the lessons we can learn from the past as we continue to explore.
Rufus makes core makes me want to pet the core.
It really is a tragic
All
tale,
right.
and it speaks volume.
Let's see.
Start a countdown of 30 signs you're masking autism. Because spotting
I'm turning the volume up.
rather than later can help you avoid a whole bunch of issues. I was diagnosed as autistic at the age of 41 because I spent my whole life masking my autism without even realizing it.
Let's see if they're
By
gonna
then,
clock my T, chat.
masking had led to anxiety, chronic fatigue, a ton of medical issues, and zero understanding of what I needed as an autistic person. I've had
Mood.
to spend a lot of time and energy recovering from the effects of masking. So if you can spot
Why
these
are we
signs
dead
early
naming the
or
demon
start
core? You
today,
know what? You're so
hopefully
right.
You can avoid the lasting effects and start improving your life. So here are 30 signs you're masking autism. Ranked from number 30, not so bad, to number 1. I'm gonna need a 16-hour nap just thinking about it.
Okay, I'm so sorry. As a ranking system, that's crazy. What do you mean not so bad to I'm gonna need a 30-hour nap? Dude.
Using default phrases for every situation. Oh, that's interesting. Sounds good. Tell me more. These go-to phrases are lifesavers when your brain is buffering and you need to fill the silence. The catch, if someone asks you to elaborate, you're caught like a deer in headlights.
What's interesting about it? Everything?
Or even worse, they just keep
And things like
talking
that.
about the thing you don't actually want to know about. Where's the bathroom? Number 29. Laughing at jokes you don't get.
Oh, I don't
Fake
do this.
Laughing to blend in is a classic masking move. You
I
laugh
don't
because
tolerate things
not
I don't find
laughing will
funny.
Make you stand out. But there's always a part of you
Being
that's
in North
stuck
America.
wondering if everyone knows you didn't get it.
Why are we laughing again?
Number 28. Avoiding phone calls and texting later. Maybe.
No, I don't do
Here's
this.
the deal. Phone calls are sensory overload, anxiety, and miscommunication.
If anything, I initiate
wrapped
phone
in
calls
them.
more often
So you
because I'm like,
mask
this is
by
faster.
avoiding them entirely.
Let's get it done.
Let's text later, you say. And by later, you mean never. Number 27. Avoiding weird topics.
That's my whole job.
I love design and education and learning about autism and sharks.
And sharks.
Sharks. These are topics I want to talk about all the time, but that's apparently not normal to only talk about these things. So instead of going all in on my passion during rounds of chit chat, I mask by talking about normal stuff, like the weather. Yay! Meanwhile, my brain is screaming,
What's up with the design of this room? Anyone else pissed off by the lack of symmetry in this place? Ooh, I think a shark tank would look great over there.
Number 26, pretending not to notice sensory overload. That buzzing light, that overwhelming cologne, that chair squeaking. Oh, I notice. But masking means pretending none of it bothers me, even though my brain feels like it's short-circuited.
I mean, that's
Sometimes
just
the
me
sensory
hiding
overload
shit.
Makes me want to barf, which you'll never know.
Clockswell, she was
And
talking
before
about
we move on
Fig
to number
Tree's
25,
room.
if you want to keep track of this, we have a
I was talking about Fig Tree's room in the sense of this is what I've been talking about for making content. The amount of people that I've spoken to, it's like, well, I need the perfect camera and the perfect audio setup, and I need my filming setup to be perfect. And it's like, no, you need to hit record. That's what you need to do, you know? I just have horrible social anxiety. Calls and texts both make my heart rate go up. Damn. They probably won't because the studies were done on white males and then applied to everyone else, even though they don't have enough data on other groups of people. This is a sore subject for me as both my brother and I were tested at the same time because I'm AFAB. I got told that I didn't have it and my brother did. I struggled for years all because some sexist test. Damn. God, it keeps muting my video.
grab it in the description below. Number 25, pretending I'm listening.
That's everyone when they're bored.
So when that sensory overload happens that I mentioned in number 26, I'm not listening anymore. Sorry, my brain won't let me. Or when the topic of conversation moves on, but I'm still mentally in
See, I think I'm just an
I haven't
asshole.
moved on with you,
You know?
because I'm still thinking about that thing you said that reminded me of the other thing that I somehow managed to connect with this one particular time when I did this other insanely cool thing. But I didn't quite finish it because something came up. And I'm wondering how I would have done that insanely cool thing differently if only I had known. But I'm not sure how I could have known that. But if I keep thinking, I'm sure I'll figure it out. Wait, what's happening?
Just called
what did I
thinking.
miss? Crap. Nod. There you go. Nice recovery. Keep nodding. Yeah. Make it look like I was listening. All right, buddy. Throw in a little bit of eye contact. Oh, easy there, Ghostwriter. I said a little bit. Now you're staring. Jeez, look away. No, not down at your shoes. What are you doing? Up. Look up. To the left. Up and to the left. There you go. Now it looks like you're thinking. That's better. Okay, I think I'm in the clear. Now one thing
Clocked
more.
me.
Number 24, practicing normal reactions in the mirror. How you react to things is supposed to be natural. But for me, I have delayed processing time. And also I've been told I have a stern face and strong reactions.
Enough.
Non-existent responses. Folding my arms is just comfortable. My face is just my face. So masking means practicing my reactions or even my smile until it looks right. Too big? Too small? Just creepy enough to make everyone uncomfortable? Nailed it. Number 23, mimicking other people's facial expressions. If you're smiling, I'm smiling. If you frown, so do I. It's masking 101. The downside,
I should do this.
my timing could be a little bit off. So I look like I'm in a completely different conversation or just really delayed. Oh, wait. But basically, this is an autism life hack to also pretend I'm keeping up with what's happening when I'm really not. And also to make sure I have the appropriate response based on neurotypical expectations. Number 22, preparing backup conversation topics. Masking means walking into social situations with a mental deck of flashcards.
I just have things I
Weather?
want to talk
Check.
about.
Weekend plans?
I just want to talk about things.
Politics?
It's not like I'm like, hey, this is boring. It's not like I don't want to talk about what you want to talk about. There's things that I also want to talk about that I have like ready to go in case you want to talk about them. In case there's like an awkward lull in the conversation. That's normal. That's chill.
Nope, not gonna go there. The problem, I recycle the same topic so much, people are starting to think I have a weird obsession with clouds. But the plus side,
Mood.
Lots of people are content talking so much about themselves that they usually don't notice I've deflected it all back on them. That was creepy. Probably shouldn't have done that. Idiot! Number 21, eating food you hate to avoid awkwardness. Oh,
No.
Wow! Your famous egg salad? Sure. I'd
Not
love
in
to have
adulthood.
some.
Life's
Nope,
short. I'm gonna eat what I want to
actually
eat.
don't at all. But masking means choking chunks of it down because saying no might make you seem difficult or require an explanation.
Wow, that's delicious.
Get me out of here. Number 20, rehearsing conversations in advance. Practicing every possible scenario.
What if I'm just like, what if I belong on a stage? What if my heart is in the theater?
But that's not gonna
What if
stop
I
you.
am just
Because
like a
practicing
mind reader
conversations
and
in
like I
advance is
totally know how the
not
conversation is going to go beforehand?
Especially in the workplace or with difficult conversations. But no matter how much I rehearse, someone always throws me a curveball, and it usually hits me right in the neck. Number 19, wearing sensory unfriendly clothes. How many times have you worn something just because it's what everyone else is wearing
No.
and it's trendy?
No.
I did this a lot more when I
No.
was younger. A lot of that
I don't
stuff felt
tolerate
like
that.
torture.
I don't
Tight
tolerate it.
pants,
I'm going to be
stiff
comfortable.
shirts, itchy tags.
It usually has nothing to do with other people. I may be like, as a fashion lover, I like how this looks, but I'm going to be uncomfortable for 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll get used to it, but like, it's going to be uncomfortable. But it's never because of other people. It's usually because I like how something looks. And so I'm willing to be a little uncomfortable for a little bit in the pursuit of wearing that thing. Most of the time, though, I am dressing for comfort.
A tie. They're all part of the.
Also, I just got back. Are we testing 12 for autism? I suppose that's what's happening so far. They're like 2 of 12, like so far.
That a lot of people, even non-autistic people, might do, but doesn't mean the sensory sensation is the same. The entire day when I'm wearing that, it feels like sandpaper scratching my skin, and I can't focus on anything. No wonder I had meltdowns on school picture day at school so often. But part of me unmasking, sweatpants, comfy t-shirts, and soft hoodies, baby.
The
Number
cap.
18, over-explaining everything. The autistic
Listen,
urge to
listen.
over-explain.
Let me
Because if
tell
I
you
don't give every
something.
detail, people
I want to make sure you have all the
Of course, they're
facts.
going to misunderstand me.
I want to
anyway.
make sure you know
Saying too
everything.
much also usually
Okay?
gets me in trouble.
I want to make sure you have the full
Share something
picture
people think
so
is
then
just
you
so
can
simple.
respond.
And
You
then
know?
they'll usually look grossed out and say, too much information.
That's all I'm saying.
Katie." But it was an important part of
It's
the
my
story.
job,
Not
exactly.
every people would
It's
wanna
my
know
job.
all the important parts of the story. But when they get grossed out, I'm not sure if I should keep going or not. But I usually do because I have more than I want to share. But this episode- because- wait a minute.
I have more I want to tell you. Are you grossed out? Let me keep going.
Idiot.
I would like him to stop hitting himself,
Changing
if possible.
your voice to match the situation. Customer service voice activated. Teacher
Yeah,
voice
that's
deployed.
that's
Actual
life,
me,
though.
on standby. Masking means switching voices to fit the moment, even if it doesn't.
I feel like
it.
most people do
It
this.
also takes a lot of practice and conscious thought. So if you interrupt me while I'm in the zone,
I'm pretty in this way. I am pretty adaptable. There is definitely a voice that I might have when you first meet me. As if you guys ever meet me in real life, and I'm like, yeah, of course, like let's get a photo. You know, like I might go up. I might be a little more like not breathy. That's not the word, but like a little more like in the back of my throat as I'm talking, because I'm like, yeah, it's totally cool. I'm going up at the end of my sentence. I'm making sure you know it's okay. But then as we get to talking, I might be a little more serious, especially if you tell me T, like, what do you mean? What happened? What's going on? You know? Same with like when you're flirting versus when you're working in customer service, or when I'm talking with someone that's younger versus someone that's older, someone that I might think can help me with something or is an authority figure. Like, I think this is just, if anything, I think it's more being aware of social situations, if anything. Are better at crafting bulletproof masks and suffering the consequences behind closed doors. Because signs of autism rely on socialization aspects. Many in this group have been punished into submission or have figured out these patterns to bring about favorable social interaction. And this is why so many women AFAB people are late diagnosed. I'm pretty sure everyone does this. You talk different at work, with friends, with family.
How about we agree that nobody interrupts me? Number 16. Overthinking every social interaction.
Didn't we already do this?
Masking and overthinking doesn't stop when the conversation ends. The ruminating thoughts keep going as I replay every word.
Well, I'm funnier after the thought, you know? I'm funnier later.
Why did I say you too when the lady at the check-in counter said, have a nice flight?
See, for me, this feels more social. Like, so for those of you who don't know, I do not necessarily think I'm on the spectrum. Okay. What I think I have is CPTSD. Okay. I do have a diagnosed anxiety disorder. I think I have anxiety, trauma, and probably undiagnosed ADHD, which all combined can look like you might be on the spectrum. Okay. But I don't necessarily think I'm on the spectrum. I think I just have a lot of overlapping details that can make it look like I have autism. So, yeah, that's where I'm coming from with this.
And let it go? Wait, why would you say this to me? Now I need to replay this conversation and figure out when you got in your mind that I can just let it go. Don't you see? It's bothering me. Oh, but I can't show that though. Must mask my reaction. Number 15, faking interest in small talk.
I feel like we're repeating ourselves now.
Small talk. Oh, your cousin's new puppy is potty trained and makes a lot of noise. Great. Please tell me more while I fantasize about escaping this conversation. Engaging in small talk is something I can totally do, but it's a form of masking because I don't actually want to do it. Connecting with others happens differently for me and often for a lot of other autistic people. Are we allowed to say that? That's a whole nother matter. Number 14, suppressing stimming in public. So sometimes my legs want to bounce.
See, I don't really stim
I'm
much.
really excited and
like
my
at
hips
all.
want to rock. But masking says, no, don't do that. Keep it together. Suppressing stims is like holding a sneeze. It's coming out eventually, and it won't always be subtle. But needing to hide that urge like you holding in a sneeze, which is a totally natural urge. Possible, but uncomfortable. That's like not stimming because other people will stare or think it's weird. Possible, but uncomfortable for something that's a natural urge for many autistics. Number 13, replaying conversations on an endless loop.
Mood.
Overanalyzing everything I said.
Did I offend them? I wonder if I should have laughed more.
Like, I know that 30 has better SEO than, say, 15, you know, or 17 even, you know. So I feel like some of these overlap because you then get a better number of 30, you know. I do a lot of stimming. Just caught myself doing one right now as that point was brought up. LMAO. I didn't used to. And then I found out that stimming is a little ways this fidget toy helps my anxiety.
I should have laughed more. Damn, it's that joke. What if that joke was too sarcastic?
My brain loves this game. I do not. But it's because social interactions and conversations often require masking. Did my mask drop? Maybe that's why they gave me the weird look and the conversation ended suddenly. Number 12, feeling like you're acting all the time. Masking can feel like starring in a one-person play where there's no script, no intermission, and definitely no snacks. This has been one of the hardest parts of learning.
I make sure there's
which I'll talk
snacks,
about in another
as
video.
you've seen me
So hit the
snacking
subscribe
on goldfish
button
this
and
whole
the bell for
stream.
notifications on when that video comes. See how I did that? What was I talking about? The feeling you're starring in a play without knowing the lines or the cues, but somehow everyone else got it but you. But then once you realize you're doing that, I'll talk about that more in the top 5.
It never really goes anywhere
Number 11,
specific, so it feels
not
hard to
completely
figure out
losing it when
what to
people
say next.
misunderstand
Again,
your
yeah,
voice,
that's fair.
body language, or tone. Ugh, the joys of people misinterpreting everything. My thinking face, apparently it looks like I'm mad. My monotone excitement, people assume I'm bored. You thought I was sarcastic? No, I was actually being completely literal and direct when I said, good idea, not sarcastic. So masking my reactions means not flipping out or heaving a sigh when someone says,
Because if we do it that way, we're not going to be able to finish on time. Wait, are you mad?
for the 100th freaking time. Masking here means smiling, adjusting your tone, or even over-explaining your emotions so people don't take it the wrong way. Meanwhile, you're screaming internally, why does everyone read me wrong? But of course, you smile and say,
no, I'm fine.
Fine, fine, classic. But hey, I'll be more fine when this little chit-chat thing is done. We done? Done now? Oh, no. Done? Number 10, suppressing meltdowns or shutdowns until you're alone. Holding it together in public or at work, even when you feel like you're about to explode with a meltdown, or implode and turn into a zoned out zombie as you shut down and retreat into your own brain. Nope, I've learned to mask this as much as I can. Pretend I'm fine.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
Escape as soon as I can, but that could mean hours later. Hide it while it eats away at my brain, and I'm on autopilot to look normal. Then get home, and the volcano erupts. Or the shutdown human burrito state begins. Weighted blanket, anyone? Number 9, pretending to be fine when you're definitely not.
Okay.
Masking often looks...
I mean, we can continue this video if you guys want. I just feel like we're getting repetitive at this point, you know? It's the top one. Okay, let's get to the top. Let's get to the top 2 here. Let's see.
Acting normal by non-autistic neurotypical standards, I've been relearning. Who is the real me? What do I really want from life?
Wait, is this it?
Masking everything means relearning who I am under the mask.
I feel like that's a learned social... Okay. All right.
The hardest part of masking isn't just the exhaustion. It's forgetting who I am underneath it all. After years of acting normal,
Yeah, that's therapy. I mean, I'm in therapy, so...
standards, I've been relearning. Who is the real me? What do I really want from life? What environment do I need? Who am I? I still don't even know what planet I'm from. Unmasking isn't just about stopping to act. It's about rediscovering myself. It's scary, but also kind of amazing. The more I let the real me show, the more I realize I actually like who I am. And being unmasked is a different kind of tired at times, but it's real. And little by little, I'm learning. While masking might feel necessary, it's not forever. Learning to unmask, even a little, is freeing. I deserve a break from the performance, and so do you.
That's fair.
I just wanted to say thanks.
This
I'm glad
kid.
you came along, partner.
There you have it. 30 signs you're masking autism.
All right. Let's go back.
Welcome back, science friends.
All right, so
Today
see
I'd like to talk.
the recommended. Let's see. Now all my recommendations are going to be asking me if I'm autistic, huh? Let's see. The Demon Core. We're watching a story video.
You never see it coming. In fact, you never see it at all. In the shadowy corners of 19th century America, deep
Okay,
within
Diva,
the
look at
forest,
this dress.
lumberjacks spun tales of an incredibly dangerous creature living in the woods of North America. What it looks like, no one knows. These monstrous animals lurk behind the tree trunks, never revealing their true form until it's too late. It has an uncanny ability to shield
kid.
itself from human view, but that doesn't mean it isn't there, silently stalking you through the trees. Always lurking just out of sight, always watching, always waiting. They called it the hide behind. The hide-behind is a uniquely American creation, but it belongs to a much older, broader tradition of unseen monsters. And after all, what's more terrifying than a monster you can't escape? One you can't see, or shouldn't see. Across cultures and centuries, humans have imagined invisible threats that stalk them. The unseen monster exists in many forms, and it's far more widespread than you think.
Monster.
The hide-behind was a piece of folklore that spread among lumberjack camps, especially those working in the dense, isolated forests of the Pacific Northwest. Logging was one of the most...
Because trees are scary. The trees are so... There are literally documented accounts of, I think it's Lewis and Clark. Like, there are documented accounts of them literally being afraid by how big the redwood trees are. Like, there are early explorers were like terrified by the sheer like height and size of trees. Like, they are scary.
dangerous jobs in the 19th century. Men worked long hours and accidents were frequent. When someone went missing, it made for a perfect setting to tell the tale of the hide-behind. Lumber camps were essentially tiny social ecosystems. Brought together by career and isolated in one place, bonds were quickly drawn to establish familiarity. And what better way to do that than with a scary story? Storytelling was an essential component for lumberjack camps. With exhausted bodies and not much else to do than eat, drink, and sleep before the next hard day of work, before heading to the bunkhouse, it was tradition that all would gather around the fire to hear a good yarn. Many of which were told as a sort of indoctrination to newcomers. Some old-timers would even hide behind trees and make animal noises to try and scare the rookies. The best storyteller at the camp would occupy the deacon seat, a place of reverence and authority. But many of these stories, just like those of the hide-behind, weren't just entertainment.
There will be a
They were
John Cena
explanations.
joke? I don't think so.
While a true description of the hide-behind is impossible given its nature, many stories say that it is just under 6 feet tall with long, shaggy hair covering
I
its
can
body,
take that.
making it difficult to distinguish
I can take
any
them.
features. While others say the
House of
hide-behind
Scout,
takes
we
on a
love
more
to talk about those
shadowy,
stories during
nebulous
camps.
form. Some say it is an ancient animal from prehistoric times that lingers in the woods to this day.
Nebulous form is funner. That's more fun. Nebulous form that's like creepy and like ever changing. So even if you could see it, you could never protect yourself from it because it's always changing. That's scarier. That's more fun.
What is agreed upon is that it stands upright like a human. Clawed, unusual footprints mark its presence. It pounces upon its victims from behind before dragging its prey
Like, is there
into
a kill
hidden
count?
lair
What's the
to
kill
feast
count?
upon the remains in
Do we have a
peace.
kill count?
The favorite meal of the hide-behind is human offal, specifically the intestines and colon.
Mood.
When their meal is particularly tasty, they are said to laugh in delight. The surefire way to protect yourself from the hide-behind? A little booze. That's right, even a single alcoholic drink would deter the hide-behind from eating you, but not from attacking you. They need to smell the alcohol on your intestines first. So presumably, if you drank enough, no disemboweling would be required. Loggers worked from dawn to dusk, swinging axes and hauling heavy timber through dense, remote forests. Outside of human error, you had to worry about cold temperatures, wild animals, and the simple unpredictability of nature. Accidents were common, and when someone went missing, there weren't many readily available options to explain it all away. So the hide-behind was blamed for the vanishings of woodsmen who wandered too far alone.
Yeah,
or who
we're
met an
talking about the
unfortunate
hide-behind
end.
now.
Stories of the
We've
hide-behind
pivoted.
help make sense of
Science recommendations are not doing good.
loss, isolation, and the unpredictable dangers of the wilderness, and maybe even the brutality of other humans. I'm not saying that someone was out there disemboweling folks left and right, but I'm also saying it's not impossible. The hide-behind is a uniquely American creation, a monster born from the tall tales of hardworking lumberjacks looking for an
start
excuse
off
to tip
strong.
one back after a long day. But its roots
bender
reach
is
deeper
preventative.
into a much older tradition, the fear of what we can't see. Across cultures, stories abound of invisible beings that torment people. In Inuit tradition, the Tariaksuk, or shadow people, are always around, but just out of sight. You can hear them talking and walking, but see little more
I
than
feel
a
like
dark
that's
shape.
scarier.
They are said to move between
Like,
our
you
world
know
and
something
their
is
realm.
out there, but
Shy
you will
beings, they
never
aren't
see it, you know?
inherently nefarious, but they are shrouded in warnings. You should never look directly at them, even if you sense them watching you. Some stories even claim the trickier ones will try to lure you into their realm and hold you hostage. In Hawaii, the Night Marchers are one of the island's most famous and deeply respected legends. They are not monsters in the Western sense, but are said to be spectral warriors who march unseen, punishing those who dare to watch them. Witnesses describe sights such as a line of torches flickering in the dark, along with sounds of conch shells, chanting, drums, and marching feet. Encounters with Night Marchers are deadly serious in Hawaiian tradition. You should never look at them and lie flat on the ground, face down, to show respect and submission. Otherwise, you'll be killed, struck by a spear, or simply found lifeless the next morning.
What if they go for my
But
back?
perhaps
What
the
if they
most
go for my
famous unseen monsters
spine?
are poltergeists. Poltergeists are said to mark their presence known through noises. In fact, the word itself comes from German, poltern, to make noise, and Geist, spirit, literally noisy ghost. The word first appeared in written form around the 1500s,
That's why I don't get
describing
eaten by a
noisy,
headpine.
mischievous hauntings in German-speaking regions. Poltergeists are known for general chaos. Objects break or are thrown by an invisible force. People report being scratched, pushed, or grabbed by something unseen. Not being able to hide from a monster or having a chance at defeating it is scary enough, but not even being able to know what or who the threat is, that's truly terrifying. These stories feed on uncertainty, exploiting the dark spaces between what we know and what we fear might be true. All of these unseen monsters, when we stop trying to decide if they are real or not, tell us something interesting about the human mind. We're constantly scanning the world, looking for patterns to help us determine what's safe and what's dangerous. When information is missing, the brain tries to fill in the blanks, and when it comes to potential threats, it assumes the worst. We have evolved to pick up on cues that may be seen as threatening or dangerous and respond quickly and accordingly. In fact, scientific evidence supports that we are literally hardwired to process a scared face faster than a happy one. So when we can't even see the body of the monster, let alone its face, yeah, we're gonna have a visceral response. This is
Yeah.
known as the better safe than sorry bias, which basically boils down to a survival mechanism. It's a conservative
better
bias in our
safe than
brains that
sorry
tells us
bias.
not to wait around and find out. What some might call an irrational fear, others will point to as preventative risk avoidance. Our brains have evolved to recognize and respond to environmental threats. It's literally what has helped us survive as a species. But what if we sense there is a threat and we can't see it? When we prepare our bodies for the fight or flight response, our pulse rises, energy is dispersed into our muscles, and our senses sharpen. This happens even when the threat is imagined. Our brains can detect subtle changes in the environment. Maybe the temperature drops suddenly by a few degrees, or an unseen animal makes a noise. Our brains turn this into the presence of a ghost, perhaps. Horror and folklore involving monsters you can't see, like the hide behind, exploit this instinct. That's the genius and terror of unseen creatures. They are embodiments of uncertainty itself. Filmmakers have tapped into this primal
scared, I'm
response to
gonna
amp up
see
the
it.
fear factor. Jaws might be one of the greatest examples of what you don't see can be more terrifying than what you do. For most of the film, the shark is barely shown. The mechanical monster broke down constantly, forcing director Steven Spielberg to suggest its presence rather than outright showing it. It's that incredibly effective opening attack sequence. You never see the
See?
shark, only a woman.
The pre-title kill. You guys are like in Scream. I want to be the girl that gets eaten by Jaws before anyone knows Jaws is a threat. That's what I want to be in horror movies.
And thrashing, dragged under, and the water calming again. The terror is psychological. Also in Alien, your imagination does most of the work. You see glimpses of the spider-like face huggers and the freshly born little baby xenomorph, but you don't see the full-grown alien until roughly around the halfway mark.
The cat.
The ship is dark and claustrophobic, and the flickering lights make it hard to see exactly what you are looking at, if anything.
What? Oh, the Blair Witch Project. I need to
What kind
rewatch
of
this
stuff?
soon.
The Blair Witch Project is one of the purest forms of the unseen monster. In the infamous found footage movie, 3 film students investigate a local Maryland legend. They hike through the woods in search of the famous witch, tormented by something unseen.
I'm going upstairs.
Every bit of fear comes from what's implied, and evidence the terrorizer leaves for the filmmakers to find, including some really creepy stick doll effigies. Spoiler alert, what's ever haunting those woods never reveals itself. Not once. But there's more to it than fear of the unknown. These monsters are inside us, in the way our minds work, in the stories we tell to explain what we don't understand. And if monsters are representations of what we believe to be undesirable in some respects, then an unseen monster speaks to our own anxieties of loneliness. The unseen monster is the shadow of our imagination, proof that our greatest fears don't always need form or face. But as long as there are dark forests, literal or metaphorical, there will always be something hiding behind the trees, just out of sight. So, is that bump in the night really a monster, or just your mind turning uncertainty into a story? In fact, you never see it at all. In the shadow. Yes! The facehuggers come from the eggs. The facehuggers then lay an additional egg, and then that is birthed. That is standard practice.
That is standard practice. All right. We got one more in me, and then I'm calling it. Or, no, I lied. I lied, chat. I lied. I'm tired. I'm over it. I want to watch The Americans and walk my dog. We've been live for 5 hours. I think you guys are sick of me. We're down to 45 viewers. I think you guys are over it, you know? All right, we're going to read Scootish. She's playing with Crub, Switch, Pavis, and Skull Fulver. Marvel Rivals, I think this is. No? What is he playing? Rivals of Aether, not Rivals. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. What should our raid message be? The cool one is here. How about that? The cool one's chatter is here. Anyways, Twitch, have fun. Enjoy. You can bully Scootish. I said so. It's okay. Bye. Have fun. Thank you. Bye. YouTube, thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.